Nollywood, and his people from Cross Rivers are condoled.
So what's your take on the final note on the industry in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years? I mean, looking at huge competition from other big established, platforms like Hollywood and Bollywood and the likes.
Well, we are not competing with those ones. I think we're trying to complement each other. That's for that. Nollywood had died. And like Jesus Christ resurrected, that's where we are now. We are at the restoration point where everything will return back to how it used to be. Now producers are calling co-actors, not fine boy actor anymore. So that's where we are. Nollywood is at the threshold of coming back, and it's going to come back big and better.
So how feasible is that? Well, you said you don't have actors anymore. You just have fine boys, fine girls,
yes,
big booty, and all of this stuff. Being on the front line.
That's where we are. But like I said, you said in another 5 years.
Yes.
There is a transition period right now.
Okay.
And I can tell you that transition period is remodeling.
Okay.
The craft, and I think we will all be the better for it.
All right. Thank you so much for coming on the program, Chief Legema Henry Yubosa Legema. Thank you so much for coming on the program. It's the TMI. We will take a short break. We've got Charity standing by from Abuja Network Studio for the rest of the show. Charity, I'd like to see your face. I'm not seeing your face now. I'd love to see your face. I know you've got good looks as always. Yeah, that's Charity. Beautiful, delectable. How is Abuja this morning? It's been raining here, but the show must go on.
Good morning, Dr. Sonny. Abuja is well, and it showers in Abuja this morning. But other than that, Abuja is cool, and the weather is favorable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So take it away. Take it away. Yeah.
All right, moving away, we are still talking about the APC, the ongoing primary elections. The APC House of Representatives election took place on Saturday, and there were shockers, there were surprises. Some incumbents lost their elections, and while some got the opportunity to come in for the first time. So should they win after clinching the ticket? We're going to be reviewing this and vis-a-vis other parties' primaries that will be coming up today is the senatorial primaries for APC. And to discuss that with me, I have Babajide Ilubu Esquire, who will be doing that with me. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you once again on the program this morning on ITV.
Thank you very much.
So what is your general perception of the APC House of Representatives primaries that took place on Saturday?
It's interesting. It's really interesting. The dynamics of politics. My mentor and political scientist, Professor Yosa Sagai, had said that Nigeria is in the process of what we call political engineering. That's the way I can describe what you see with the House of Rep primaries, of the APC, where in spite of the local classicals, there will be the outcome of the attempt by their brother Obi Kubana, clinching only 14 votes.
Chief Priest, sir.
Oh, he was the Chief Priest, okay.
Chief Priest Kubana. Obi Kubana is another person, so this one is Chief Priest.
Okay, I will speak to them over here.
Chief Priest Kubana. Hello, sir. Hello? Hello, sir. Well, the network is, we lost that call. I will have to call him back. Like we were discussing, the primary elections, the House of Representatives APC primary elections came with surprises. Incumbents lost to new comers. People that in 20 were able to get to come back. were able to clinch their tickets, and they got back. So should they win, they will be coming back to the House of Representatives. And the one particular surprise also is that the son of former late President Muhammadu Buhari also claimed the tickets from Katsina, and we have incumbents in Plateau, in Benue State as well, and there were incumbents also from Delta State that have
actually testing the water of popularity within the party. Yes, there are still one or two complaints here and there, but where primaries are being done based on the decision that when candidates cannot come to consensus, they should do direct primaries. What we're seeing is very, very impressive.
Okay, so are you saying that with this development, money politics is over?
The what?
Money politics.
Well, it's an hybrid. I will not want to say that because I don't have the empirical facts to justify that. But it's an hybrid of even when you have money, you should be also popular. You know, so now who will win will depend on what have you done. Now, the question of candidate eligibility, candidates or cities who are coming to put up in which obviously brings the question of money and money subjection. So you can like to spend that money. If you don't have the connect with the people, you definitely will not have a chance. And that of stuff is the godfathers, the gatekeepers in these societies are able to ponder the will, most of people think who decamp, except there are other ones. Yes, they did very well. Some decamp into the party, and and obviously remember that thing was definitely occupied in quotes by party members on the platform of Labour Party. You know, some guys, because of the way people protest voting, some guys just found themselves in that they defeated, not because the other guys did not do well or did well, but that was the move at that time. Now they decamped into the party, but they don't have the structural connect in the party. So the ways that brought them in at that material time of 2023 is no longer there. So now you decamped into a party using the riding on the wind of protest votes. You landed in the party. It's like you just landed on top of a building. It's like, something, no roots. You didn't grow. So now that the guys that were in that party before, who own the party structure, definitely will defeat you. I mean, I don't know whether you see what I'm saying. You come into the party, you did very well. Oh, if you removed your eye for the poor, you fed the children, it's fine. But here, we're talking about primaries, not general election. The party members are the ones who are deciding here. So you may not stand a chance. Most of the things you even did, your party would have done it to people who are not party faithful, general public, your own constituency, your own whatever. So now, the parties are getting grounded, at least for APC. That's what I see. So it may not be enough to say because you have done very well when you are in office, that's the reason why you will end second term. Another general.
Okay, so it is not enough to say because you've done very well, it's the reason for you to get a second term.
It should be. It should be.
But where does that leave? Where does that leave development? Where does that leave the constituents? I said, if that is the case, where does that leave development? And we know that, for instance, in the National Assembly, being a ranking member is also an advantage, especially if you are that lawmaker who is moving, who is vibrant, who does the job. Hello? 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 We will take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue this conversation.
Many thanks for rejoining on TMI this beautiful morning. I am Marcelina Unko from our Lagos Network Studio. And our guest this morning is Honorable Said Ajadi. He is an Accord Chieftain. Hello, Honorable. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
And thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, Nigerians.
So, political activities ahead of 2027 are already gaining momentum as the primaries, which was held on Saturday, sparked a debate across the country, from allegations of favoritism to questions about internal democracy. The APC primaries have once again placed Nigerians' political structure under public scrutiny. Are these elections a true reflection of democracy within the party, or simply another battle for political control? Honorable Said, this morning, so we're going to be examining the tensions, the controversies, and what it means for the future of Nigerian politics for the forthcoming 2027 election. We saw that on Saturday, APC held their primaries, and a lot of persons, I mean, this particular topic has been trending since on Saturdays, and let's get your take on all this. What went for fourth election?
Very much once more. Good morning, Nigerians. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
I've seen a lot of.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of positivity. I've seen a lot of democracy at play. If we are looking at politics of Nigeria, the path before we get to where we are today, we realize that APC has scored about 85%. They are going to 90%, where we have not seen the Senate and the governorship and the presidential yet. But having looked at the House of Rep and the news that we have seen from Nigeria, not just locality of Lagos,
Okay.
you realize that APC has become a party that is very forthright, and they're very democratic. Because in those days when we started trying to contest under PDP as a ruling party, it was cutlass and guns that we worked with then.
During the primaries election.
During the primary elections, you have to be prepared for cutlass and guns and machetes and all of that, you know, and even with all the marabouts and all of that, you know. But now, I mean, we could see that people went in, casted their vote. Even Buhari's son won an election in Katsina. That's positive, you know. And we have not heard of killings in Lagos, killings in Ibadan, Akure, and all of that. Nobody's life was lost. And we saw that most incumbents, at least half of the incumbents, lost. That's a fantastic news for me.
Oh, you think that's a good one?
It is a positive news for democracy. When you can upturn the sitting House of Rep people and take them out, a lot of people there are neophytes. Nigeria is progressing. Nigeria is moving forward. Party politics has increased positively. That's positive for me, because when you look at it statistically and look at 2023 election and look at 2019 election, it's a far cry. Some of us contested under PDP when Adedubu was holding sway in the southwest. We couldn't do the primaries, and they announced his son as the winner. And his son was sitting next to me at the Olubado Stadium, and he was not even screened.
And they announced him
And
as
they
the winner.
announced him as the winner. Adelele, he was not there. I was there. Sheyi Makinde was there. Testing Folari was there. The son of former premier of Akitola, Yomi, he was there. Adelele. That was my first time, you know. That was Sheyi's first time as well. So we contested Senate as neophytes. And it was guns and cutlass. They came with coasters, 4 coasters. Azim Bolarumi was deputy governor there. He was there with Adedubu into the state stadium. Adedubu sat down at the ballot. So who was going to vote? And so Azim came to me and told me that I'm a threat to those boys in the coaster with the guns and the cutlass. They are there because of me. You know?
Interesting.
So I was for someone like Azumba who was nobody in Oyo State that became a deputy. But we are here today, and where is it? It's gone. What is showing with the people now? That the reality is that's why the majority of the incumbent lost this weekend. I mean, next, yes. It's okay. Yes. They left. Some more people are in NDC now. That's democracy. It's not a one-party state. It's free for all. INEC is an umpire, non-biased. INEC registered parties, more parties. So it's giving Nigerians the opportunity to contest. So if you are not okay with the ruling party, who was an opposition party before, you can join any party now and still contest election. It's about popularity. It's about the people and their will to give you power. So let's see what's going on. For me right now,
okay,
Nigeria has moved positively forward and is a good example from the APC. Now where is PDP? PDP promised to rule Nigeria for how many years or forever? Where are they now? They have imploded completely. So the only man that was standing in PDP has also moved to APM. So it's a shame. Imagine PDP non-existent in 2027 election. That's a fact, right? That's telling you that Nigeria has moved forward.
But I mean, they're still there.
PDP. How many people will contest under PDP now and win elections? Very few. The gladiators have moved from the so-called PDP was the main party before. They moved from the PDP to the opposition. Majority of PDP now, they were once in the PDP, but they've moved. Some of them governors, senators, and that, like that. But it's showing the reality of Nigeria that there is going to be a lot of regrouping. And thank God, INEC has given timelines for all the things we need to do to succeed in the 2027 election. So let's look at what's going to happen.
So let's talk about the incumbents. Don't you think they are being unfairly protected by the party structure?
The incumbents?
Yeah.
No. They've given it. That's why I said to you that APC has shown that they're a democratic party. They gave consensus and they gave direct primaries. The person that lost to Buhari's son, Buhari's son got about 12,000 votes in the direct primaries. The other person got about 700 votes. And he said that it was lopsided. How could it have been lopsided? That's majority. That gap was just too much. It means that Buhari's son was more popular than you. So let us accept defeat and move forward. Now, we want to see what's going to happen in the Senate today. Yeah? And the governorship in a couple of days. Don't forget, we are still waiting for the presidential. ADC is about to do their own presidential, which we know the obvious. That's why some people left.
Which are the some? You're talking about
the likes of Peter Obi and
Kwankwaso
left. I wonder what they went to do in the first place. Because for me, it doesn't make any sense. Why you have not been up and down the place? Why don't you have consistency? You want to be the president of Nigeria, and you are not ready to tidy your own bedroom before you go out and stand and show me that you are popular. Doesn't make sense to me. You have not been able to prove forthrightness and stability in labor. You have moved out of labor. You are in PDP. You have left. Now you have moved. They told you to come to ADC. You have joined them. You went. Now you have seen that the permutation is not going to favor you in ADC. You have moved to NDP. Where is your consistency? Where is your own persona? How do I follow such inconsistencies? It's totally inconsistent.
But you know, he has a movement. There are still some persons that said wherever Obi goes,
wherever he goes, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to use words because we're on air. But the reality is that wherever Obi goes, okay, let Obi go into the ocean. Join him in the ocean. It doesn't make sense for politics. So it's not wherever Obi goes. If Obi goes into the pit, are you going to go into the pit with him? They are going to say, Mr. Obi, hey, are you sure the brain is correct? Because if I'm a follower, I don't see consistency. If I'm a follower and I'm an obedient person, we have to challenge ourselves now. You are saying you want to challenge the status quo, that the status quo is not being done right. That is the essence of obedience. So if you are in that kind of system and you cannot challenge positivity, so why are you there? You see, there's some things that don't make sense. And Nigerians need to wake up before the next election. There are some things that don't make sense. If you want to change dynamics of Nigerian politics, show me your scorecard. Let's think. Let's analyze. Let's go statistical. Show me your scorecard.
Okay, Honorable Said, do you think this primaries could create lots of defections, like, do you say fresh defections, pardon, for against the forthcoming 2027
No, it'll be too late, because when you look at the timelines, that's what I said earlier, INEC's timeline does not give room for Obno-being like it used to be. Okay, I'll give you an instance of myself again. In 2023, I was the only candidate in Accord Party for governorship. Okay, someone lost an election in APC on Wednesday, a governorship aspirant in the name of Adelabu, lost in APC on Wednesday and came to Accord Saturday morning when I was the only unopposed candidate. I paid for everything that was supposed to be done. INEC was there, police was there, DSS was there. Every paraphernalia to do a primary, we done everything ready. Only for a phone call to come in and say, there's an Adelabu. I said, Adelabu is a member of APC. How can you say there's an Adelabu in Accord? So I busted that laughing. They did not allow us to have primaries. Adelabu did not allow us to have primaries. And he came and they took the ticket. So that cannot happen now because most things have been streamlined properly by INEC. So that's why I said our democracy is improving and increasing. However, they took the ticket. Did they win? No. Because God is there on the throne and he can only support positive things, which I told them. The reality is that if you go this route, you are only going to lose again. And they did lose again. Because you see, when an elderly sits down somewhere, he can see the future. But when a small boy, always with all his resources, he will fall because there's a pit somewhere, which is not seen. So I wouldn't say to them that they should not waste the money and spend their resources. They can go ahead and continue to waste it. However, we are seated. We know the results already before it started. That's the wisdom.
Cubana Chief Priest has been trending on the internet. You know, he contested and he lost, you know, and he came out. He came out to say that, oh, with all the money I spent,
a businessman.
They assured me, and I still lost. And the son of the president, you know, told him not to worry, not to give up, and you know, he shouldn't give up. And this particular story has been trending on social media, saying, okay, the fact that he came out to, you know, on video to say that, oh, I spent a lot of money, I did this, and I still lost. He got, I think, 14 votes. And
when you are in politics, yeah, and you have tons of cash, you are burning it. So let's not go there. We've been there. We've burnt money. We'll continue to burn money. If you're a politician, you will burn money. He is not a politician. He is a businessman. He is the one that brought him into politics for his father. Okay? So the movement is done because of the next re-election of the president. However, he wanted to benefit from this movement that, so politics is like this. Why don't I join? However, they have to teach him sense and lesson. So they taught him the rules of the game. Oh, son, Mogo. You know, when there's a young man that is ignorant and he has a lot of cash, you pay through his nose. They will collect the money. Then they will now make him understand that, look, go and queue. So you can learn the ropes before you can come back. We've been there.
Interesting.
That's the way it works. That's politics. So you have to climb the ladder. That's why I said to you that we are seated because we've been there. We have seen elections when we left PDP and told PDP we are not going to look back. Nothing you can say because you're a waste of time. They thought we were very young people and we didn't know what we were doing at 32 then. But today, PDP is gone because we can see that PDP was a waste of time. And that's not the right direction for Nigeria. It's clear. And that's why we left with Ladoja. 3 months. We got House of Rep, House of Assembly. Because they did not give me the Senate, we lost. Because they did not give me the Senate, we lost the governorship as well. Because I told him, my leader then, almost a governor is not a governor. But we will make sure we prove to you that we have popularity. So give to people their tickets and they will win. And they won. So the next morning after the election, I went to his house and I told him, 7 a.m. I said, Baba, but I told you, you think I'm here because I have a purpose. If you don't allow me, how do you allow yourself? It's give and take. So we were going to give back to him because he lost. He didn't hold it tight. Adedogu took the leadership from him, but because he had support from the incumbent president, he got back the seat. But he wanted to go again. So we told him, if we support you and you do the right, you will get back there. But if you look at us as small boys and dictate to us, unfortunately, you are not going to be.
Okay, Honorable Sai, so what does this tell us Nigerians about the state of internal party democracy?
Fantastic development is coming. Yes, that's why someone like Cubana can lose with all the tons of cash. Do you understand? So it's not money speaks no more. Nigerians have started using their brain. We're not just taking money from politicians, no. Even if they bring the money, we'll take it, but we'll do the right thing. That's what they did to him. So he's going to go and learn the ropes, how it works, and how to be a politician. He's even lucky. Some lost their lives trying the first time. Yes. If I had insisted with Adedogu the day he came because he was afraid, they had got, the ballot was given already on Friday night in his house. I had copies of the ballot we were supposed to use on Saturday with akara and 500 naira. How about that?
Interesting.
It was 500 naira. My people sold their 4 years for under Adedogu of Senate. 500 naira. He gave them. They came to meet me. He did not allow my local government in and 4 other local governments because he knew that my people were not going to go. There's no way he's going to get votes. So he had to bully me. So he brought the coastal buses with the guns and cutlass. And they were singing and drumming and laughing for him. And he was dancing. And his son was next to me. His older brother, Prof. Abbas, was telling his younger brother, sorry, I'm not going to vote for you. Yes, I'm wearing your t-shirt. I did not know my friend was going to come from Abuja. On that day, federal government gave me a promotion with a new car and a new house. I rejected it. My secretary was calling me at the stadium. Oga, they are promoted. I said, no. I'm coming back to Abuja as a senator of the Federal Republic. I need to serve my country. I was 32 years of age, the youngest ever. But I stood my grounds. And they came in. There was no election. On Monday, I petitioned Abuja. Abuja came to Ibadan at Mokola, PDP office. I was there at 3rd floor. The thugs were there downstairs. They were shocked. They told him again, I'm here. I'm here. You can't kill me. Because my blood is too sankosa. I need to serve my people, and I will serve my people when God's time is right.
All right, Honorable Said, a political
acts together, because the time frames and the timelines for everything.
words.
But themselves. I was a member. I contested the forms that I bought under PDP. For millions. I can't buy it with Yalakara at 20 naira. Because we gave them all. Yes. Look at them for Basojo. Because it's a single monopoly all around Nigeria now. He's the only producer, because it was the people that benefited from all the sales of Nigeria's property and his courts. That's what created more mega billionaires. Because you cannot manage an entity does not mean the whole of Nigeria cannot manage that entity, for goodness sake. You are saying you have a headache. So if you have a headache, are you going to cut off the head so that the headache can stop? That's what they did to Nigeria. They decapitated us. But some of us said we are not going to go and wash toilets in London because we used to go and spend money in London. We're not going to go and wash diapers of elderly women and men. We're not going to go and wash dead bodies. And we're not going to go and do fraud. We're going to stay here, work hard, and make a difference, and our children and our great-grandchildren can see the results of hard work, strategic work. That's why we remain. We go to London every 3 months on holiday to go and shop and go and play, not to go and work there. So it's a different journey. And so we have to bring it back that we are not poor people. We've got intellect. We can compete anywhere in the world as Nigerians. Give us a level playing field. Then we'll make a difference. Look at Money Point. Who is Money Point 5 years ago? Who is Money Point 5 years ago? Who is Open 5 mega in 1 year? Only in Nigeria. Anywhere else in the world, they cut you down. But Nigeria, you can't boom. Money Point is the 6th largest bank in Nigeria, in the whole of Nigeria now. And that's telling you what? That's telling you that if you get things right, Nigeria will. So why are you giving negative vibe? Right. Let us work strategic there to develop. I tell you one thing. Unfortunately, the rains are not very well here. I was hoping that they're very, very stable and it would have started. The president to get in fact those tracks and them to use. Prices of goods and services will crash. Those middle people called alarubos, they will not have business to do again because government would have benchmarked everything. So there is a positivity coming. But we have to anchor on to it and use it positively. So, I tell you another thing. Okay. Look at it. There was a man that came out in Kaduna State. They said he was too young. He lied for his age. I liked him. You know why? It was a challenge to the status quo, which was what I did.
He actually won.
There you go. Fantastic. That's what I'm talking about. Know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's Nigeria coming. The underdogs are coming out. That's what I'm talking about. The reality of tomorrow. We dog today, but tomorrow, watch out for us. We're talking today, you think it's a joke. Tomorrow. You say, that's the, that, it means it. I've been here 24 years to 25 years of my life. Politics. Everybody was afraid when I started. I've not taken a dime from Nigeria. If I wanted money, I would have taken House of Rep from Ladoja. I refused. I was the only person that rejected this position.
Interesting.
Because I realized, am I going to be collecting money from federal government? I cannot pass a bill because I need 132 or 120 something people on my side, 1/3. Okay, so if I now go out of work, that's 100 and something people. Now, if I go past that, I get 200 and something people. That's a long haul for a grey horn like me. That to go to town. I don't want to be collecting money and not contribute. So I thought about it. Why don't I go into the Senate as a young man? All these babas, they will be sleeping. I need just 25 people. 25, I can pass so many bills in 4 years and get out of the place and tell them I'm tired. This is my scorecard for 4 years. Whilst you are sleeping, I'm dealing with the Senate president and saying, this is first reading bar, second reading bar. By third reading, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are gone. I don't want a second term. I need to break things down for people that don't know how. I need to set myself as an example for my kids and younger ones to do it right. I have saved the life of a cultist about to be killed at 1:30 a.m. in the night, that the Spirit of God woke me up from in school. I took him from cutlass and gun. I don't know him. And I picked him up from the pit. And there was a cutlass coming on my head. And he hung for a second. That second was what saved my life. And I moved with that child into the hospital at Jaja. Dropped him off and faced them. Okay, I know I'm ready to die because I've been from killing this guy. But you have to hit me first before you can kill me. And so I your life. I'm not ready. That's why I told him I'm going to take his son out.
Let's talk about APC. Now, do you think it means?
I say that. That was going to Senate, governorship, and we are waiting.
What about the NDC? NDC looks stronger. I mean, when immediately Peter Obi defected and Kwankwaso defected to the NDC, we saw that 17 reps member defected with him, and a lot of been defecting to the ADC. So NDC, pardon, NDC. NDC also is looking like a strong opposition party. So
we are interested in opposition. That's why Accord is also a strong opposition in some places too, like Osun State now.
Okay.
You can see Accord. We worked for Accord. Accord was dead. But we picked up Accord because we are patriotic. I have a white chest. So that means that the work that we are done is showing. That's an opposition party as well. When there is development in the politics of Nigeria, that does not mean that they are going to Kano State. The Kwankwasia won the last election in Kwasia. Correct? Now, Kwankwaso left Kwankwasia, told them his numbers. His numbers.
Thank you so much.
The pleasure is always mine. Always good to have me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigerians, for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on CM. I would be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CM. I am Marcelina Unko. Just stay with us.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Welcome to ITV News Update. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. The traditional marriage ceremony between Oduwari Festus and Beauty Obey, in accordance with Esan customs and tradition, has been held at the bride's family residence in Urekme, Ekboma, Esan West Local Government Area of Edo State. Jolade Ojo reports that family members, friends, well-wishers, and the Ohaigili of Obaretin community, Ambassador George Osagede, were among dignitaries who later attended a grand reception in Benin City.
Family members of Pa Felix Oduwari, alongside the groom, Oduwari Festus, from Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, performed the traditional marriage rites, including the payment of the bride price. Following the completion of the rite, the bride, Beauty, was formally handed over to her husband, Oduwari Festus, in line with Esan tradition. The newly married couple later thrilled guests and family members with a dance presentation amid cheers from attendees from Ekboma and neighboring communities. The celebration later continued at Flourish Event Center, Uroho, along Sapula Road in Benin City. The reception attracted several dignitaries, community leaders, and guests, including the groom's brother-in-law and Okhaigele of Obaretin community, Ambassador George Osagede. Highlight of the event was the cutting of the wedding cake by the couple, followed by a dance session with guests and well wishers. The couple expressed joy and gratitude. Some family members and guests also offered prayer and advice to the newly married couple as they begin their marital journey.
I feel joyful and excited today. What really attracted me to my wife was firstly beauty and how she's caring and how she made delicious meal for me.
I feel good, I feel excited. Meeting him was not a mistake. It's the best thing that ever happened to me.
I'm very happy to be among those who celebrate their marriage.
The man is a nice man, while the woman is a lovely woman. So I pray that God should give them long life and prosperity. And there had been one today. That oneness will continue. What brought them together, what bound them together will never be divided. I pray that God Almighty continue to unite them. I wish them all the best. Above all, many children.
From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
In another report, the Odiori of Eso community in Urionwe Local Government Area, Edo State, Pa Omosigo Daniel, alongside community elders, have dismissed allegations made by the suspended Enuge of the community, Pa Moses Omobude, over alleged illegal land sales. The elders say peace has returned to the community after his suspension and urged the public to disregard what they described as false claims. Donald Damie reports.
Addressing journalists in Benin City, the Ojonwe of Eso community in Orionwe local government area, Pa Omosigo Daniel and others debunked allegations by the suspended Enoge Pa Moses Omobude, accusing retired police officer Mr. Daniel Arwagbo of selling community land. In their remarks, the Ojonwe and others clarified that the community has not commenced sales of land, insisting that the suspended Enoge was allegedly behind attempts to sell farmlands to non-indigens. They said following his suspension by the palace of the Oba of Benin years ago, peace returned to the community until recent disagreements with the Ojonwe and others.
Give order. Mama, I take a permission from him. I'm a team. I can't by a sonnet. Erofia Eva, we are moon. Egon, can we know where the fortune as a logi?
Monobana Giati. I don't have your job in here. If I can't have your liberty. Not even a dame or our job again. If I knock and I went that dog job, we are the quarter wage. I be was when I another Zuko and was there, another Zajabu.
I waggy more guru nania. He a gileto, he a gilerinana. One of my Panama ever. I am mortgage man, I cannot quite. Can you get on ya? Yes, be a mali, ya, me.
Marking to no Macaropa, one of my word there. There were about Denia, Honoria, my mind, waiting marking toy, my audio waking toy, and marking toy now.
The committee leaders advised members of the public to disregard the allegations and claims made against Mr. Daniel Aruagbon and others in the community by the suspended Enogie. From Benin, Donald Inyeng, ITV News.
Away from that, residents of Ugbine community in Ovia Northeast local government area have dismissed reports of unrest in the area, describing the claims as false and misleading. At a town hall meeting held on Saturday, community leaders, youths, and elders reaffirmed that peace has fully returned to the community. Ehis Uhunamuri has more.
Community elders, youth leaders, and residents gathered at the meeting to reassure the public that Ugbine remains peaceful and stable. They stated that there is no ongoing crisis in the community, adding that residents continue to go about their normal daily and economic activities without fear. The elders urged members of the public to disregard rumors of unrest circulating in some quarters, insisting that peace and unity have been restored. Also speaking, the Okarele of Ugbine community, Comrade Dominic Edobo, assured residents, visitors, and investors that the area remains safe and conducive for social and economic activities.
Peace has returned to Ugbine community. That whosoever they want to come and develop should please come to the elders.
Other stakeholders at the meeting, including the chief priest, the eldest woman, and the chairman of the Elders Council, emphasized the need for unity and collective development. They called on indigents at home and in the diaspora, as well as prospective investors, to take advantage of the peaceful atmosphere to contribute to the growth and development of the community.
Mateka be ame gweti magwi na rije na wogo no kwa marie marie wa lobie na kwekuro lobie no ko ubie ke no pa ma ya ko ade ofure ke ala wona
Ugbine maya wala wo maya kwego ni maya pa.
Every man or woman buy land for this community on the 31st of May 2026 you should come for investigation. Bring all your documents.
The meeting ended with a renewed commitment by residents to sustain peace, promote unity, and work together for the continued progress of Ugbine community. From Benin, Ehis Unamure, ITV News.
Now, traditional rulers from Edo Central and Edo North senatorial districts on Saturday converged on the palace of the Onoje of Urumi, His Royal Highness Anselm Aidenoji II, to pass a vote of implicit confidence in the state's governor, Senator Mondio Kwebulu, for his performance so far. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omiji reports that the royal fathers appealed for the establishment of Edo State Traditional Council and the creation of Ifemesa states, among other pressing issues.
Among the appeal made by the traditional rulers from Edo Central and Edo North Senatorial District, who converged on the palace of the Onoje of Urumi, His Royal Highness Anselm Aidenoji II, after a vote of confidence was passed on the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, was the establishment of Edo State Traditional Council to fast-track the creation of Afemesan State and intensify efforts in tackling the security challenges facing the districts.
We, as a body of traditional rulers from Edo Central and Edo North, passed vote of confidence on our government and encourage him to continue to do the good work he's doing for our state. We pray for him and we wish him very well. We want the State Traditional Council set up. Thirdly, we want to reiterate the pursuit of the creation of Afemesan State and also creation of local government. We have problem of insecurity. It's a very serious problem to us.
The royal fathers said the State Traditional Council, if established, will serve as an avenue through which the traditional rulers can advise and participate in governance.
The State Council of Traditional Rulers has not been functioning, so we are demanding that
amiable governor should reconstitute this Edo State Traditional Council.
But we want a functional Traditional Rulers Council in the state, so that to continue to advise the government on this area of insecurity and other vital aspects of government.
In August 2023, the administration of Governor Godwin Obaseki implemented a law from 1979 that restructured traditional administration in Edo State. From Uromi, Chris Omije, ITV News.
In another report, a renowned academic, economist and author, Dr. Francis Ilenlua Ibraisi, has unveiled a book titled Ematon, a literary work reflecting on leadership, governance, and political development in Edo State. The public presentation of the book, whose title symbolizes strength, resilience, and fairness, attracted dignitaries including Factional State Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Chief Dan Obi, Senator Matthew Urogide, Honorable Razak Bello Saige, among others. Ofiria Neto tells us more.
Declaring the event open, chairman on the occasion and factional state chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Chief Dan Obi, commended the author for documenting lessons from Edo State political history through the book A Matter.
People who are in government should always remember that there will be a tomorrow. They must be held accountable for their actions.
In his remarks, the author, Dr. Francis Ibraisi, said the book examined factors that shaped the last political dispensation in Edo State, pointing out that the title, A Matter, reflects firmness, resilience, and strength in leadership.
When I was writing this book, the initial name was not A Matter. But after writing the book, the title came out. We are not just trying to lambast somebody. It is an aberration that somebody with a PhD has no job. That is why I passionately appeal to the executive governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Obem, to give automatic job offer in the various university and tertiary institutions to all PhD holders in Edo State. To please urgently revive the Institute of Continual Education.
Reviewing the 25-chapter book, Professor Henry Ihonde described A Matter as a timely work on leadership and governance.
Transient political power can never overpower perpetual, natural, traditional authority.
High point of the event was the formal unveiling of the book A Matter and presentation of a plaque to Chief Dan Obi, while dignitaries at the event applauded the author for his contribution to literature and political discourse.
I can tell you that most of the things documented there are factual.
Very good. Pen on paper, you can trust it.
What you are seeing today is an effort of hard work.
From Benin, Ofure and Neta, ITV News.
On ITV News Updates, I am Chukwufumnanya Digwe. Thank you for staying through it. Up next is TMI Socials. Stay with us.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. Welcome to the street of social media, the city that truly never sleeps. I am Anuoluwakbo Stevens, or better still call me a social media butterfly. Now we begin with party primary politics, where over the weekend we saw hashtag Chief Kobe Cubana trending online as Pascal Okechukwu, popularly known as Cubana Chief Priest, has reacted to his defeat in the All Progressive Congress APC primary election for the Osu-Olu-Oru East Federal Constituency seat in Imo State. Now, the celebrity businessman who serves as the Imo State coordinator of the City Boys movement had sought the APC ticket to contest for a seat in the House of Representatives. While reacting Even after the outcome of the primary election, in a viral video, Cubana Chief Priest said he had no regrets contesting for the position. Still, he expressed disappointment over what he described as misplaced trust in community leaders. Now let's take a look of how he was so excited before the election took on and, you know, the aftermath. Take a look. Take a look.
Yes, so APC is taking care of me. Yeah. They don't want to child. They know I should have they got one money. Is that what I said? No more time, bro. Yes, okay. That's just the belief. Never accept defeat as say, oh, give it to you say try. Or more at your time. Bobby by Renata, Tonya Depre, the Bailana Depre. But when you wake up, you look when we got a cake, we got Kanubi na mirror, it's a tie, Obiago boy, the bar, Gihita shook in Tapo. As only about Equequele. Equequele, I got my potarizi, Equequele, the mother cook inside. They say in Aptazi in a street link up with guys.
One, 52, 53, 54, 55, 100,
Oh well, Nigeria. Now reacting to this online, let's see what you have been saying, especially with Cubana Chief Priest. Now this user wrote on X, Cubana Chief Priest, how market? After all the City Boys movement and ruling with the president, you still couldn't win the House of Representatives ticket in your state. Another user reacting to this wrote, let's see what we have. I just read that Cubana Chief Priest got just 14 votes out of 2,845 cast in the APC primaries. Okay, that's less than 0.50%, which is not even up to 1%. Laugh out loud. Well, still on this bit, this user wrote, let's see what we have. This one says, Cubana Chief Priest, to small support where you support Tinubu, you go run buy ticket for House of Representative. Now, you don't make financial mistake from the school of Gege. Now, away from that, let's go over to Oyo State, where over the weekend, terrorists on Friday invaded 3 schools in the Orirere local government area of Oyo State. Now, killing, according to report, an assistant headmaster, abducting teachers and pupils, and throwing several communities into panic in what residents described as one of the most coordinated attacks on schools in recent times. Anyway, let's take a look at the videos that went viral.
I'm from Ibadan. I'm working at First Baptist Church of Ogbomoso, Yawota area. Yesterday, the people of the young people came to our school, and we are making now both the teachers and the children. We are all here. We need help from the federal government and the state government, both the church, First Baptist Church, Yawota, and the community. We need your help so that these people will release us. Please help us. Please help us. We need help from our president. We need help from our...
Yeah. Start.
I am Mrs. Alamu, FR. I am the principal of Community High School, Esele, in Orire local government of Oyo State. On Friday, around 9:30, we were attacked by a certain group of people, and a good number of us were abducted. The staff and the...
Now let's take a look at reactions on this tragic incident. We start off with this user who wrote on X, Barely a week ago, Seyi Makinde announced he is running for president to massive support and a possible shift in the politics of the region. All of a sudden, terrorists kill a teacher and kidnap 45 kids in Oyo State and have released 2 videos in under 24 hours. Something smells fishy. Another user still on this beat wrote, let's see what we have next. This user says, where is the Nigerian police? Where is the DSS? Where are those security agents that can quickly track and arrest the Banga boys so they can't track kidnappers too, or trace? Okay, now the Nigerian security system is a joke, so they cannot quickly track the location of these people. I rest my case. Away from that, over the weekend online, Nigerians went to the social media account of the World Bank to tell the World Bank not to further give the Nigerian government any loan at all. Now, this actually caused the World Bank Instagram page to restrict comments following Nigerians opposing the plans by the federal government to secure a fresh $1.25 billion loan facility under President Bola Tinubu. Now let's have a couple of tweets we gathered from the World Bank's page on Instagram. Now this Nigerian on World Bank page wrote, stop the loans, you are sending us into debt and funding politicians' luxury lifestyle. Another user on X wrote, on Instagram, this one wrote, stop the loans, they are using it for their personal gain and not for the interest of the country. Well, still on the story on Instagram, this user says, we Nigerians are here to beg you, stop borrowing money to our leaders. And it was really, truly hilarious with all of other comments online. But we'll quickly move away from that and move over to Goodluck Jonathan, where in a video that has now gone viral, we get to see a priest advising former President Goodluck Jonathan not to contest in the 2027 general election. Take a look. Take a look.
Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, happy that I took you to court. And I'm happy that the court said what they said. And we don't want you to spoil that good name. And please, if I see you in private, I will still say this. Please keep off for now.
Well, would he listen or not? Only time will tell. Let's take 2 tweets on the story, and we'll start off with this user who wrote on X. Let's see. Very selfish statement. Politics determines the future of this country. When he needed Nigerian support, we supported him. And when Nigerians needed his adamant. He may as well take a stand on the happenings in Nigeria, but his name is more important than Nigeria, I guess. Another user wrote on X. This one says, anybody advising him to contest is not a good fellow. Read the room. It gets why. Well, we wrap up TMI socials today with the official song from the World Cup. It has Shakira and Nigerian singer-songwriter Burna Boy. They have both come together to release the official World Cup song for 2026, and they call it Dia Dia. Now let's take a listen. A lot of Nigerians have said, well, I don't think I'm feeling this one. I prefer it when I get older. I will be stronger. But either ways, with time, you'll fall in love with the song. Shout out to Shakira and shout out to our very own Burna Boy. That's how we wrap up TMI Socials this morning. Thank you so much for joining me. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens from all of us on This Morning on ITV. We'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's another exciting time on Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. Wherever you are, get ready as we will be bringing tradition, culture down to your doorstep, as we will be definitely taking a ride down to Delta State to go see Ubuluku traditional dance. Yes, talking about the costume, the beats, the drum beats, the music, yes, and of course the way they move their body. So wherever you are, come along with me as we take a ride down to Delta State. Don't go away. Ubuluku traditional performed by the women, and the dance is specifically associated with the history, culture, and the spiritual traditions of the Ubuluku Kingdom in Aniocha South, Delta State. The dance, often referred to as a part of Ubuluku celebration, is rooted in the narrative of bravery. The Ubuluku traditional dances are believed to have begun when a great ancestor, often recognized as Ezenu, a renowned hunter and healer, and his children celebrated a victory over a potential conflict. This is the root of these dance steps. However, the dance is described as a dance that celebrates bravery and the wisdom to lead the people. Ubuluku women dance is a central component of the people and is performed annually. The dance is spiritual and rituals to cleanse the land. The dance serves to promote unity, cultural pride, and to celebrate the community heritage. Traditional dance is deeply tied to the history of Ubuluku cultural norms, either in agriculture, social, or spiritual practices.
Yeah, these are the Otonyo Gane Bodike of Oboloko. They are here to thrill us. That's the third group. They are here to thrill us with their performances. Please watch and enjoy.
I'm sure you will agree with me that it certainly has been an exciting time, mind-blowing at that, on Heritage Today with your sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. We did take a look at Ubuluku traditional dance, yes. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Wabotao edonewa edenewa ire wabe nege kai wabi daniho egebe se maya dugie ibota na okpe no gisuen na ya boedo ade ogisuen na ya sie mokoko na ya sie gbekoko ayire ba otane gbesori maido atoka mama enwa bi eni nokokwa aga webo na ya ga hemi na hia bina ya inye o ibota ota mai ota anyowa binu kisema gmonwe binu ya nyikere ni ade wo moe ade ota no ota ni makiari la dare no ke yere no yino no zuma lele wo tedo eso we mi esi no eso we mi dano o ewe o keke no kori owo boy yoto o ga bo nana mi ewe bi no do mana he eso be ya serio we ote befu odo enze unde we o awodo ni eme eso we o makeke kaka ona ze mana wona mulade na ya wi bude yo na domiki na he imi no keke iyima na ogun egun eme na okere magwe iyima an atu ni no pa iyima eho usioma orema iyima boke ya watokbe meto me na owo mu no de na ire ohe pastor Kabari erima no we no mo mu no we ugina ero wania ona zena we nigade nido imudi ane iri ma agba kan kata ba oiwe owa no kubo eku no ro wodo bi no do manae okedi uto odomae okedo befu odomae ni mayi wa hon kike na ni anoyi mawe na mo na lade na diai okeyiwe okuna bowa obo ifune owa ni ara aye oye wa ni maye no mayi fun ya gbese ana na gwa lo wo be okuna ke lae ona do mi owa ni ebo eri amoye mi owa ni ebo ona aka modo we mi owa pa ni tawada bo na do lao odo na rigo na ya asa ana lawani ogbupe ha gbukpe nebo ya sukpise ino do mana he wigo ni asa epo bokiye oju ori aduwa ni wo ni ide yo to kun mi owu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odo we ma ri to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we ayi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ye ma ya na we ayi wa ta ma ya ye na gbode na temata o wa na nu we ye na ogo obukhana no ri awa no bena na gbube ba ya na so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni ke asayo wana owo kin ga asana ni epo agba ya le lerere ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbe gun ayo uru no zedo iyima e ma when we tie na egbe we de wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana tamodo emi dano emi esi no
èmi dáná gọ́ọ̀rì òótọ́ ọmọ támọ́dà fún òfò ọmọtí bí òótọ́ ọmọtí bò wá sòpá ọ̀nàgà òfò nọ̀rọ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ gọ́ọ̀mánà támọ́dà fún ẹ̀hún ni mẹ́ náà gbá bọ́gẹ́ ní ma ta òpìá ọ̀hún òpìá ọ̀hún wà ọ̀dọ̀ òsàlóbùà nùpọ̀gẹ́và ọ̀wọ́pọ̀ òpìá ọ̀dìọ́n ugbẹ̀wùwẹ̀ èèyàn wùwẹ̀ ró gbọ́dọ̀ wẹ̀mẹ̀ rónùwẹ̀ káyà rẹ̀ tọ́ owó tàmùdà fún owó gẹ̀ẹ́ ọ̀ríkọ̀ ọ̀mánà kwe wẹ̀rẹ̀ ụzọ sẹ́yọ̀ wẹ̀ utama dọ́gọ́ na òpìá na òpìẹ́sì ìyọ̀kí àsúgbẹ̀ yàgùn àlùtọ̀
dọ́nàgà òpìẹ́sì
ìyọ̀kí àsúgbẹ̀ yàgùn àlùtọ̀ ìyọ̀kí àmúdìá gbogbo ẹ̀bù wá ní sùpá nùgbẹ́ ya ni ó tọ̀ nù ya bò wá bẹ̀nà dàfọ́ máa ọ̀gá ahọ́n ẹ̀gẹ̀ náà dídí yá hàn ó pè á ní manakú egui ẹ̀gbọ́ tíyàn gùn ẹ̀kọ́ kíyàn rí ẹ̀rìyàn.
wẹ́sẹ̀.
dọ́mọ̀sá.
yàrá ìnọ̀tàrí òun dà dọ́yà ìpìtà wẹ òpè àmìyẹ òhù gbẹ̀yẹ sòpin nà yẹn iṣẹ́ yìí ní ààyè ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà lòun tẹ̀ ní nánà làdìyàn mẹ́kẹ́ ìnọ̀tà lọ́bùn màkìdò mọ́làdìyàn mẹ́pẹ́ tí òwe náà ọ̀rẹ́ ìbòta èso wẹ múùdú yín wọn dùn lórí ayò wa ẹ má tàgìlẹ̀ náà wẹ ọ̀dẹ̀ so ọmọ yín lè náà wá yín ìyàbọ̀ àmẹ̀rọ wáyé rẹ̀ náà miẹ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀nà rọ́gẹ́ lọ́pàá rọ́gẹ́ mẹ́gídẹ̀ nọ̀tà sẹ́rì ọ alábẹ̀dẹ̀ ó ká wẹ ọ̀páná yà wùdí màá wẹ ìní ẹ̀rẹ̀ wà nìyà òtọ̀ mẹ́ra ilé yàrá húnẹ́ 100 by 100 náà yẹ̀rìgẹ̀ anyanyo da asi ọsẹ koko ari kinana danyo wa danyo gbeso ọsi loko yina yiri tiẹ wẹ yina de ana ego kere ke ti ọdọ ni wẹ lare ọdọ mẹ yina ego wẹ ana ya sun bẹ ọna bẹ gele la ọwọ wa mímú na rẹ na wina sọpọn gbeso ya gbọzọle ha gbọzọle va gbeso pẹ de ha no ya mọkò yìí tẹ oga rodo oga ire wagi egwa nele kalubi ya o okuna wori sege yena amego kere ni eri oto ni eso ya ye makazi oni yena di gola de ye mego gima ya so na ya gbolu yo otonare munu eri ma wa re erowi dana ona we ni eri yena di 800,000 yena di ana ya gbolu yere gada we yena wo ye so egbena owena ya mweken yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye kan ha ake ogbeke ba temu ana di woma yena di get 12 trip yena di ne owori mo ayo yegi sira no 12 yede no wana imiege ya kaiba owo tipa strike ere tipa enonya egbe mara enonya tipa re rebu ogere lukune ere wa tata amagi ni amawo be moyo enowa no mu yini akeka ofunoro ha pe ana ohura ori ke isi ezo ni ana wa wo be rigore ori ere emo na wa ga te mele mo na ga la university na ze de we ni yoto owo ezeyin eye zeyo wona la wi na ya zedio ina agwa lutokereri ni awe mudari ke wa akwa mune ogwa di yo unda ye na doji awo ya se gbe mi na re wo wa owe ge zeyo yo pa azire da yo pa wona aye na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi eri oto ni ebo unda se so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti de zo boni de lele ebe eri yo owo ni tamame ina wo gbe mu pa gbogbo ere ewe e ma tagele na gele ni opi adebu no ma zi agbo mo ko no mi ewe e ko mu di ake when you get iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no bi ani ma o megbe egbo we do wa di bude wa ri ni ya mi ya ke ma gbe ya o ko we kini ya
wa we si pie so waro no ji ko ni ni me egbe na tana o pia no ma mo gbagbo we ma bo ma ge no oko no metin go we bo ma dia nu ya gwezio benu wa ya bo eso waro oko awa mo go ni awe da fun me ya gun me ri oto ni oko ni mi mi to mi go oga wa gun ogwe iyan ta wana
eyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wana
ya gele no
ige bae eze ige isuku oge mo ha upon da yoko ni kun ama we to de ye mo kun egbopo be ri oyen na gbe gbobo ehian wa kun amuno pe ani tokian zi o negbe egbopo be ri o mo bobo wa le o lei ndu ni wo pe ani nda ga en go me wanara o mi oga en go me sele o mi o ma na ri ene okwo gidi so ne gbe mi be ri okwo ni ge sunu de ye ope ani yin kun igo gunye o do bo wa le te onyin me no gba so pan onyin mi pe ani bun osie ni kwo ni bun na we gbe ere ri
wesi edonowo me wa ho mi yi mana ya na ege yi ma opoku atu an mata no owe emi osi ni oke ke di ma bu te eru mana we oko egwo ma dioma gi agba mu so gi agba ma o kini ni bino wa kai owe devices iyo agbon magbama ibino wa na ati help meet gia ko ko we na sira o kin o bi ara zuru mamagbon o ri bo bai unda emi oko na ro pa ho o ke ri ege no tan owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima esi wan owe ovan mo ma o se wa obu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru yeke iga wi yo bonu e ma ta no emi no samo bazun da eri oku no bia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi yo bonu so pipie so ga gele mi we obo sami ai ami adueki igo la obo ye ba lo egbo a ye gi zeyo ohoni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye no mi ebe e monye so ga ke sukure abawo ni arigo na ye igbo ko neria o da gi me sano je oge kan amunene okoda munobo oso amogie ne nebo ye gi de gbo ko di e memo e moni gi de gbo ko bi ya na rabu wa e gbo ma be rio baga gele gbodun na temata edunu peru no da be ni mata ba eni osiri no ko na zo de no da o ke mi ha wo pe a o ni makari o kan do alu o pe ani o makari o kan do awu tabo se ba eye ero omu eni gbe odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye ki aga je o ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi o gi agba mo mu wa no ya go pe ani mo mu wa okpe no ma mu egbe ni makata se we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku me kiama okwo mare ebe wa yi wa na yi wa lo me vi o mo we yo ule ke ni na la wo na epopo me ko fo me osobo ke ye ni zio owe ta na ni ba ni ana sa me ba wo me no de we ade body uhu wo bera agwe na me we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na me we o mego ya muna wa iwe no ya buwa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi obuwa ni na okpa ni obo emi okpa ni aro me be ni okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare ugie ibota na miewe okpa ni na ya okwo ni na ri oto ona ri go okpa ni no ri oto okpa ni siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni o kan yo ona gbe ni eto boye yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bi na adofin ene yo nya yen je pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewebo ogwo ni kewu o ma ego pe ni yari ogwa ni oto ni kiene o ma ari wu ope ni ne mo ogwo be no ka bi ene ana wo ma na ya mo yo bi jia yo ni se ba agbolu yo ne yi baba ma so to bi je ma mi yi ma ri e be ba ni na na wo wi agboto na we do to no ki yi wo ka mu wa ye do to ogwo ni le mortuary aya ki yo na o to bi yin ne mo bo e de ni ya gbe gba re ni o na ni na mo gba lo to e ma e ani gwa lo to ma no gbolu yo o ni we ri ya o ri eni e o ru pe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbe bo nyaun ite ya mo era ri o ko no ri wo ya do to we na wa egun e do to wu da o no mo gberi o to na wa e nu da o ne bo ti submissiveness o mo gberi o to no nya ma nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene ne kesi emi keni no me ona we awa rege eri mo ese gume do si o ni ha ti ya lo we bi we ugbo do to o ni gele o we ye mo to keke yi be ni ha o ni de o to ho mi we na ya ri o to na ri kiye una ya mu no ho una ya danyo o ni wu ni ha mu da we o no pa bi ene amari go na mo ye wa ni amami o to mo ana ya mo yite ebe ebe yo ihu na egbinye re yo owo aya yi ihu ha iye bi no ka gbe e na gwa kara
ipe so wa gele ro nu nyi mi yan eso wa ga o da zoe o da zo wa
eva mia o ro go wa abi me no me eva ku gbe a
so wa me eva
ada so o be amo go wa
o da zoe no be o da zo wa ebe logo na oni okuesi oni okua no mudia gidigba okua no keke no okugaru jina no dazoe no bi o dazowa no dazo o dazo ne o dazo wa ye we no keke wa we enyu ni me o da fe no nya wa enyu ni me no uta o wa omo anogwego benu mo ese u beri nese okwo no me o beri ogugwe no pia we wa ku omo bujuwe egbomo beri onado nwan uji no keke ekian ro se era meno sokpan uji no keke ekian ro se ne egbope awerio dogu umego omona no egori uri nebe no mesi okwo beri bai okwo awo na kokoko mo ri no ro odigbagbe fere
wesi onda ye yimo boro ba ya unta bu wa okpo abo wa unta bu wa
okpo unta
bo okpo
o salo bu ya ji
no dai don geni mo ya unta inina be iwe ni no keke na lu wa okpo ya unta
be no salo bu ya ji okpo ya ona ka ji okpo ya ke ju okpo ototo okpo ya oji uda okwa kaji okwa osalobu akaji okwa okunta okwa obe kamo kwo iwe mewe do meme ogwo okwa akeke no kojo okwo okwa ojo okwo
we so wa tok be mama obonu we lari na na re ye na mewe adosi kana oika bobi tagbe me ni kwo me ni bi so no ya wo kwo ogwere no kwo
onye me no gba
what is it only the ma we no wo ri opia
ma je be mi o ma je be ejebe o no opia si bu we no ko ajowa opia opia eke no ri akin oge o tema le kuina ana mo bo we opia bebuebo okwo na bowa okpe asiyo
okay agwa wo ko bowa okpe asiyo
agwa
okay no agwa no ro iwe no na migo o migo bodo na mi okodo nya wa ni
o uji ari enegbe okpo na mu gbe ekun soto ona aruji no da fun okpe ani o be egbe to po ni ri uji ni ege gwe ebe no go vie ege lu ebe no go vie nda opo o vie be no pe agwale uji be oboko eri mani ko eri ma be gwalu uji anwe mama no se bo bodo
wese
ba na koko gbe o me orien so onwo
wese edono go me wa he ni magwan we ma ya na be si we ohu mo go sokbia emi agwa sukma okeke we emi no pe amaseti ru okunori iwara we agbari yimegbe nda ana mi wo pe awehin erebo na ri yubonwe ni ya buwa we ga ye dagbon we ya fe momo bana imi wo ko ri iwa ori egbe yubon ninu ipe so itegbe nu orin atuagbe ogbe eri owe lala owe ejo wani owe ejo woho owo ido bo wa yesi lele owa wa o baba brother e tu si lele iyo boya enu we na da o pe ano he ni gbo salobo no gwe ni gbe wa mi we owo ni no da no ya to boy da bo wani wo mu ko da o so pa edo no peru ma mu pa bu rege ma be no tabo elize no yo ko to boy inu ni le we ri o bino na mo epe one odo ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ngorori o eta ma wai otobo e lai la no gi ekina na ri oto no gba wa gode ma me e gode ma e igba we we wo wa ma e owo wa mama agboru ugbo kene oriori eye wo me o ko se bi wa bibi pa ina na mi we e mo we o wa gba e ba ni magebo o ko ni da ro be do we ko no gbe ko da egbo wo ri oki so pana imi enewe iri okpa wa si okpa wa gbakin okweseti kpabo ome okpagari yari otobi obe oswera boy ogbolu oga nwina odo bowani obefu bidomana tamawe edo maka gwankane na are tima nike ka gwankane na be uge manaranta mana wena do mwela de amoge do ebi esi no a so pe no kori no ro we o hana do ta yu we o ni ribo ori se wa ni ara aye ara we ni agwaluwa iye na ya agwaluwa wo bo emi ona ka ma da fon emi wa na o da fon ke rigo la de na ya asa ana ya ureni ya na park ya de wo ho ni gbonne ni aya ro wa ni odo ma ewe o ha onya wa ni aye ikatika no mi iwo ni ora emi odigo ni katika ni mada mawaka ka boye gbe aka ewe emeri o ma keke ini da ga ni ho ni de egbe wa do bo wa ya park ya de la lo di nara ye no popo wa ka ba wa bo ko ite bo wa ye fopa nda unyi na enwe we ma mo gbe tene utete ne ri ma ti egbe we ni ni ata adafona ewo ya anyu ha mu na sko ko na bokogbo oye kere ite tamae na woni tiwa ni tamuwa we ke no jere ni ana kero de ri ogi nowe okewe ya wa bani ku ni ne we no ri je na wo ma ni do tamuwa we no ri je na ni ma mi na gba na re ni areba e pa ni ti wo ma no awawa abe tenu we tie ni eteni pe abe tunwe ya se ti mo e ko do to we lare okona ma we ni da onye ne won ya ere no wuna so pa o ma mo le no iti we ni a ni wa kia e bo vi ebe ya no ya do to bi no o mu na wa ida we re o ke ebe ni pa gbe re ku we ki make money ne o we ma ya ki o jari ma ere aya ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ so pe ke we gbe re o gi amagaro we ka yi rigo ladia uri ni nopia no wi yo boni we nigo na gwalo de bana ya doto uyere bia mani aro wo magele de ori re de una re rigo ladia we ja ya agbolu bia mani aro wo opiari magele gbolu mo we ni ri dai we be man le de na ko de na keka wage we wage ilo boy iye no ye ayi yen gbezo be kotu wa ye ko ga we ya wo ma no ki ebe no bo ma dia no ka mi master we master ri wo ne no wa do ki ekere o we ya wo ma no ki ni a we ke no ma kwa yi e una da e na wa ri we ya ke we ona wo yen ona ebi ma oluwe o ona je ase o sa ba no la o nda eni ma mu la dia na okay kaka boy isi okoru te do we ohubowa le awu awo le ohubowa so pe we eru no gbugbe ya guru olokpe ani no tamae igigo gbe no aya ri uto tamae igigo gbe no ya gbolu owi e mo bobo gbe ga yi mi ni ya so sewe itamae wa ni ya so sewe igba ba tie wa ni ya so sewe na to do me bibi ake ya gwa lotori etima wala o ijobo abiji ma yi wa ge bo ha me go sewe we de bae ni na egbove we ga go ho we o de no uji no kwa no we enuwe no ade mo iya o yo kwa no we ni meje de na o ha me na di moto mu meti wa fie iwa fie o awa no pa no be magme o ha mejo e ba mana mu ge ibota na se fo obe ki edo ya ofo gbo sagwa eyo wa ki maye wa iwi na jina oba atope ise
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay? He goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here and knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects, and of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about even is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I make casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse.
Okay.
I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yes, of course, you could also do what you
which is
romance.
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, God himself is jealous.
Yes, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So there is, in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness,
low self-esteem?
like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty. We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what brings witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be gradually to erode away, and will become better off, will become partners and not just competitors.
All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him, to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So
You
the
understand?
problem is with the repercussion.
There is always a repercussion. There is always something.
All
So
right.
that's what I talk about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualty.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
Sometimes just in language, lexical content.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right, in case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think that's bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing
is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that is actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is. I don't know, you go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not so, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because it's the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that they're insecure. I can go into, like I've told you, I can go to a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing. I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I don't say be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There is nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't breed anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what, you understand? Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you will. But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest way for me at that point. Like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point. I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you now like, why this is not happening to me? Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. So when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn. Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far. The person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that.
Smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there. So back then, when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person you want to, but no, I know there's a process. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through. Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it and say, what makes this person outstanding? Then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, it might not even be the same.
You may buy a car and I come around, maybe you see my face, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so when this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happens, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculation. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does. And then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we will be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication. Yes.
Communication.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication. Not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got. You understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier. Like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, And I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. If when it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this, and then you become contented, because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too. They see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small big girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous. And then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see. And I'm communicating, I communicate with Benedict, like, I like what I say. And he's like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success, okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day, and not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you'll oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you'll regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
WIC, Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how will could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, well, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo. Japada. You're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Tony. Tony will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience, not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country, you hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly.
Run quickly.
Why the Japada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back.
Japada.
Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Tony, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're japaring to. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is Japa the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to Japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, Japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of Japa too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good thing. And now, maybe if you basically, there is no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad hail electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger. Then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving.
Yeah.
And one good thing that our government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They're talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has the opportunity today, I will jackpot gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to jackpot.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to jackpot.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it, but they are also talking about the economy.
Yeah.
They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they all tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere now way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere now way. Because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling with year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, we definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to jackpot. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people jackpot. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that jackpot with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to jackpot to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, jackpot. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so. Because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity. And I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, the economy, people are suffering and everything. But I want to even bring it at a very basic level. Because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person and I don't expect every person to be business minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into shortlet. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, and then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources. Gold, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come into from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training. A woman in Nigeria here. She trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much.
They will not give you.
It's not much. No, because
they will not give you what? They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No,
I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be there. Okay.
Okay. Let's register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the case.
Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alaki just free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
You will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is
low. There's
low.
opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
Before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abe. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it. I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living is cold. People are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Yeah. Abe, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell your property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break. She said that it doesn't worth it.
As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023.
The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled.
It was rough initially.
But now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's go up? Is it the expedition that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes, when they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen.
How?
She probably has to explain to us.
Time. I feel with time.
With time.
I know there is suffering. I know there's but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
Honestly, I do not like the way Chisom is laughing. Because when they mentioned let's have a good leadership, she did... When? I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better.
Ade.
Those that Japan, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have japat, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christian, we are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope, we are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back. They are not coming back.
Some are coming back. Those that are japat before are coming back. I have stories.
So when they come back, they are coming back to retired home. That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I'll go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. Let's say in the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit.
Yeah.
It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
they have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to if you have to make sacrifices if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities that, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you are migrating due to the fact that your country is, they should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That's why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives. The insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, you know. So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our 2 eyes closed any longer.
Yeah.
So how will you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, you know, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or you know, to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you know, you mentioned that, you know, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria from the leaders, and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, you know, also at risk. You know, I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, you know. So
the crime rates.
Yes, you know, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right,
compared to
Abby.
Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin.
I have a daughter.
Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancelled excursion? Excursion is a good thing, because traveling to give them around is part of education. But not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
Chisholm.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down there.
You are holding this jackpot in so fair.
Yes. So Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hand, Nigeria will be better. The government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right, is just like I told you, it's an emergency exit, especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria,
Hello and welcome to the news at this time. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. You can now watch ITV live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Now the news. The spiritual leader of Christ Chosen Church of God International, Senior Apostle David Nwefe, has called on Christians to embrace peace, love, and forgiveness as pathway to a better society. Senior Apostle Nwefe made a call during a sermon at the church's new cathedral complex along Benin Agbo Road in Benin City. Jolade Ojo reports.
Senior Apostle Nwefe described Jesus Christ as the Prince of Peace, stressing that true peace can only come from God. According to him, while the Bible teaches that the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy, God remains the giver of abundant peace to mankind. The general overseer of the church urged believers to put aside their differences and live in unity and love in order to overcome the challenges facing the world today. He further stated that if people desire peace that surpasses all understanding, they must learn to live in harmony, forgiveness, and mutual love. Senior Apostle Nwefe noted that peaceful coexistence among individuals and communities remains essential for lasting peace in society.
You can only find rest in the house of God or with God. You have God, you have everything. So anytime you come to the house of God, please be comforted. Sit comfortably because you are in the presence of your Maker who said, come unto me. I want to appeal to us again today. We should drop all our differences. Every middle wall or partition between you and your brother or sister, please break them now. There are no walls, I cannot say any word, but right inside your heart, all those barriers, will not make you to look at your brother very well, sister very well. Please break them now. Whatever that have separated us before or tends to separate us should be put aside.
From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Well, meanwhile, the senior pastor of Omega Fire Ministry International, Apostle Jansen Suleiman, has urged ministers of the gospel and believers in Christ to uphold divine order, spiritual discipline, and unity within the body of Christ. As the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, Edo State Chapter, concluded its 2026 School of Ministry in Benin City, the renowned clergyman gave the advice during a 3-day conference themed Divine Order, held at the Pentecostal City of Unity, where church leaders and worshippers gathered for spiritual impartation, leadership, teachings, and revival sessions. Oluwafemi Fariola tells us more.
The conference featured worship sessions, teachings, prayers, and ministerial impartation aimed at strengthening leadership within the Christian faith and promoting unity among Pentecostal churches. In his sermon, the guest preacher, Apostle Johnson Suleiman, emphasized the importance of orderliness, discipline, and spiritual alignment in ministry and Christian living.
The component that can contain your garment is bitterness. What is that hurt that the blood of Jesus cannot cleanse? What is that thing you are holding on to? What is in your character that you are covering in the sand? If you don't dig it out, Satan will dig it out and use it against you.
Among notable ministers who graced the event were former National President, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, Reverend Dr. Felix Omobude, represented by Dr. Kadiri Jimo, alongside other clergymen and women.
You must be disciplined in your private devotions and submissive to the accountability of your elders.
Organizers of the PFN Edo State 2026 School of Ministry say the conference has further strengthened Christian unity and inspired participants toward effective kingdom service and spiritual growth.
My leadership, by the grace of God, has brought so much joy, peace, growth. It has never been so awesome the way it is. So I give God all the glory.
By the grace of God, we are very, very optimistic that from now forward, and going forward, it shall be better, greater.
That's what we are here for. Strengthen one another, encourage one another, empower one another.
Certificates were presented to churches for their excellent participation. High point of the event was the donation of 3 brand new motorcycles to 3 pastors from Edo North Senatorial District, Edo Central, and Edo South. Bags of rice were also presented to PFN members. Participants at the gathering expressed appreciation to the organizers for the rich spiritual experience, hospitality, and free accommodation and feeding provided throughout the event. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
Still on the news, the Catholic Media Practitioners Association of Nigeria has concluded its 2026 Communication Week with a Thanksgiving Mass held in Benin City. The week-long program featured media literacy campaigns and activities aimed at promoting responsible communication and the effective use of digital platforms for evangelism and moral development. Jonah Omorua reports.
The Catholic Communication Week in Nigeria is designed to promote grassroots media literacy and encourage media practitioners to use modern communication platforms in propagating the gospel, promoting truth, and fostering moral values in society. Delivering his homily during the Thanksgiving Mass at St. Anthony's Catholic Church, Ewutubu, the Catholic Archbishop of Benin City, Most Reverend Dr. Augustine Obiora Kuboze, commended Catholic media practitioners for their commitment to spreading the gospel of Jesus Christ through the media.
To know that we are reliant on artificial intelligence bring about some negative impact on the human person as it weakens critical thinking and creative skills.
Director of Social Communication, Archbishop of Benin City, Reverend Father Jude Ora, alongside media practitioners, pledged continued commitment towards using communication tools to advance evangelism and societal development.
We are expected to be instruments of evangelization wherever we find ourselves.
To recognize all the media outlets all over the world, especially those who have used the media to evangelize.
Campan is communicating Christ. That I have been so awarded for my job and for communicating Christ. It will spur me to do more in the church and to do more in active service.
It gave me some impetus to do more. I'm grateful to Bishop who gave me this award, and to the media person who gave me support throughout my writing in the Veritas and Evangelists.
Highlights of the Communication Week included the blessing of media tools, presentation of Media Apostolic Award, and a special Thanksgiving service for the successful completion of the 2026 Communication Week. The event was held under the theme Preserving Human Voices and Faces. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
As part of efforts to support inmates and promote humanitarian services, Team Action for Good Governance, Christy Uselu Team Charity Outreach, has donated food items and toiletries to inmates at the Oko Correctional Center on Eppertville, Benin City. The outreach was delivered and led by the Benin Office Director of the Office of the Organization, Mrs. Christina Osukwalu, alongside members of the team. The report by Ruth Osumbo is presented by Patience Osaragiwa.
Members of Team Action for Good Governance, TAG, Christy Uselu Team Charity Outreach were received at the Oko Correctional Center, where they donated food items such as rice, beans, vegetable oil, palm oil, detergents, and toiletries for the welfare of inmates. Commenting on the essence of the outreach, the Benin Office Director of the organization, Mrs. Christiana Asokbalu, said the visit was a demonstration of its commitment to supporting vulnerable persons and giving hope to inmates through humanitarian service.
The organization, they came to Nigeria to elevate poverty. So we came here on behalf of the company for charity event to help the prisoners, to provide foodstuff for them.
Responding on behalf of the Correctional Center, the welfare officer, Mr. Benjamin Omoigi, alongside Superintendent Augustine, appreciated the organization for the gesture and offered prayer for God's blessings on members of the group.
On behalf of the staffs and the inmates of this custodial center, I just want to thank TAG for this wonderful gesture, for bringing foodstuff to the inmates. I just want also that other well-meaning Nigerians should also emulate this. Thank you so much, and God will bless you.
On behalf of the inmates and staff of Oko Custodial Center, we are grateful for your benevolence in this season that things are not easy, that you have deemed it fit to come and bless the inmate with what you have brought. We say may God bless you and replenish your source.
Some members of TAG encouraged Nigerians to support humanitarian initiatives and identify with the organization, describing it as beneficial to society. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories, where the Senate has condemned the abduction of 87 students and teachers across Borno and Oyo states, describing the incident as an attack on Nigerians' future. Senate leader Okoyemi Bamidele, who made the condemnation through a statement by his Directorate of Media and Public Affairs, said the abductions were particularly troubling given that $30 million had been raised globally in 2014 to secure public and private schools across the country. Bamidele, who is also vice chairman of the Senate Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution, said the twin abductions reinforced the urgency of establishing state police, a proposal currently under consideration at the National Assembly. He appealed to subnational governments and legislatures to treat the state police proposal as a matter of strategic national importance, warning that it should not be subjected to partisan politics. Well, back here in Edo State, where the State Police Command and officials of Edo State Security Corps have neutralized one suspected kidnapper and arrested 3 others during a routine patrol operation in Eho community, Nwode local government area of Edo State. The suspects were reportedly intercepted while transporting a kidnapped victim from Igwebe after collecting a ransom of 10 million naira from his family. Crime correspondent Jola Deojo reports.
Residents of Eho community were thrown into relief following the arrest of suspected kidnappers by officials of the Edo State Security Corps in collaboration with officers of the Nigerian Police Force and local hunters. Deputy Commander of Operations ESSC Richard Balogun said operatives attached to the Eho Sector Command were on routine stop and search patrol along the Eguaholo axis when they observed the motorcycle carrying more than the permitted number of passengers in a suspicious manner. He explained that during questioning, the victim, Mr. Saturday Enahimion, raised alarm and identified the suspect as his abductors, forcing them to flee. The development led to a chase and exchange of gunfire, resulting in the neutralization of one suspect, identified as James, while 3 others, Salisu Abubakar, Prince Mohamedu, and Bright, were arrested.
They were on a stop and search along the road. When they saw a bike coming, they tried to stop the bike. The bike refused to stop.
and the man they were carrying apparently is a victim. There is an alarm that they are kidnappers are mentioned chasing them. They beckoned the fellows vigilante from Ikwebe. So this one joined there and they were able to apprehend the 4 suspects, and the other one was fatally injured.
The victim, Mr. Saturday Enakimio, who operates a pharmacy in Igweben, said he was kidnapped on Wednesday while returning home from work with his wife and baby.
Drove me away with my motor, tied my face. This is all from my house. I could recognize where I was. So after they now hand over me to a machine, from there till we got to some place in Delta. It was just yesterday night after my wife had already paid 10 million naira. They now said, okay, now we should go. For that time when we want to leave.
Recovered exhibit, including a custom-sized gun, alongside the suspects, have been handed over to the Ehor Police Division for further investigation and prosecution. Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Political front, where the chairman of the National Working Committee of the APC Federal Constituency primary election in Edo State and returning officer, Honorable Ahmed Ajana, says the direct primary elections for the House of Representatives concluded across the 192 wards of Edo State were peaceful and fair. Certificate of primary election were presented to the 9 winners representing the 9 federal constituencies in the National Assembly at the APC State Secretariat in Benin City. The report by Emmanuel Chigwe is presented by Aiz Binamuri.
The returning officer and chairman of the National Working Committee, Honorable Ahmad Ajana, presented certificate of return to the member representative of Vian Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Omosede Igbinedion. The returning officer and chairman of the National Working Committee declared that Dr. Padi Iyamu received 4,088 votes to win Oredo Federal Constituency. Usaze Igbinovia received 9,200 votes to win the party primaries and represents the federal constituencies of Ego and Ikbuba Oha along with 7 other party candidates.
Osaze Igbinovia Sansi, having satisfied the requirements of the APC Constitution and guidelines, and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner of the primary election.
Meanwhile, chairman of All Progressive Congress in Edo State, Jarrett Tenebe, says the party primaries are the best in Nigeria and has voters turned out to elect their preferred candidates.
Congratulations to all our candidates that have just emerged in the election in the House of Rep primaries that was done yesterday. For you to see that all the aspirants we have are qualified to represent us in the various constituencies, that's the reason why you could still see them having good numbers.
The member representative of Vian Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Omosede Igbinedion, and winners of the House of Representatives primary election of Vian Federal Constituency, expressed satisfaction with the APC primary election.
I'm grateful to the people of Ovia Federal Constituency who have deemed me fit to go and fly the flag once more and represent them in the Green Chambers.
From Benin, Ahis Unamure, ITV News.
In other news, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has heightened nationwide surveillance and emergency preparedness measures following the resurgence of the deadly Ebola virus disease in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, and a confirmed imported case in neighboring Uganda. Although Nigeria has no confirmed Ebola case at the moment, the NCDC warned that increasing cross-border movement within the region have placed the country on high alert, prompting intensified monitoring at ports of entry and across the public health system. In a public health advisory issued on Saturday and signed by the Director General of the NCDC, Dr. Jide Idris, work closely with the health services of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, while the agency disclosed that the response efforts are already underway in affected areas of DRC and Uganda, where authorities have activated emergency measures, including enhanced surveillance, laboratory testing, infection prevention and control protocols, case management, contact tracing, and aggressive public awareness campaigns. We'll quickly take a short break now. Please stay with us.
This is a
longest river in the area, which is known as Onwan or Onwan. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Welcome back. In business news, ahead of the Monetary Policy Committee meeting scheduled for May 19th and 20th, 2026, the Central Bank of Nigeria has said that 63.3% of Nigerians want interest rates reduced. In its April 2026 Inflation Expectation Survey report, released by its Statistics Department under the Economic Policy Directorate on its website, 26.0% of respondents wanted interest rates retained at current levels, while 10.7% supported a further rate hike. The Apex Bank also noted that most respondents preferred lower borrowing costs despite persistent inflationary pressures across the economy. The development comes as the Apex Bank prepares to take another decision on the monetary policy rate between Tuesday and Wednesday, amid inflation concerns, rising energy costs, exchange rate pressures, and insecurity. Well, according to the survey, inflation perception worsened in April 2026, with 67.2% of respondents describing inflation as high, up from 56.4% recorded in March 2026. Inflation perception index stood at 40.5 points in April, indicating that respondents still considered inflation elevated. Meanwhile, Bulgarian singer Dara has won Saturday's 70th edition of the Eurovision Song Contest, beating 24 other countries to take the crown of the world's biggest live televised music show. Dara, who was declared the winner early Sunday, was not among the favorites ahead of the show, but gained traction during Eurovision week with her high energy and highly choreographed dancing on the floor Fila Bangaraga. The 27-year-old upset the odds to secure her country's first ever victory at the Eurovision Song Contest, proving herself a winner once the votes came in around the continent. And in sports, Nigeria concluded the 24th African Athletics Championships with 12 medals after the women's 4x400-meter relay team delivered a commanding gold medal performance on the final day of competition. The quartet of Esther Okon, Tohibat Jimo, Janset Lawrence, and Patient Okon George successfully defended Nigeria's title in the event, clocking 3:29.25 to finish comfortably ahead of Ethiopia and Kenya. The victory ensured Team Nigeria ended the competition with 4 gold, 5 silver and 3 bronze medals, placing 4th overall behind Kenya, South Africa, and Ethiopia in the final standings. Kenya topped the medal table with 6 gold, 4 silver and 7 bronze medals for a total of 17, while South Africa won 6 gold, 2 silver and 6 bronze medals. Ethiopia finished 3rd with 5 gold, 4 silver and 6 bronze medals. And that ends the news at this time. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwakmo Stevens. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
See clothes, see plenty ashwabi for Mama Miracle Store. EJ!
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Time na money, yeah. Time na money. Do better thing. Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Na true word I dey tell you so. Oh yeah, oh. This market wey you dey see so na New Benin market for Oredo local government area, Edo South, Edo State, Nigeria. This market don dey here for more than 50 years. Just like as Oba market and Ekosa market, this now the popular New Benin market. Now, citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where they watch us online for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, you can see I say from time to time, fire they enter different markets. Like 20 years ago, fire don't enter this market. 15 years, 10 years ago, fire enter this market. That's why the same fire enter Oba market. That's why still enter Ekosa market. But you go see I'm say. Government don't they change Oba market to modern market. Government don't see they change Ekosa market to modern market. That's why say the contractor not there on site for Ekosa market. Now government don't talk say this New Benin market time don't reach where they go turn out to modern market. We be say go be austere, police station, road go dey inside, car park go dey inside, everything go dey inside. But the traders they talk now say, if government come talk say they want to destroy this New Benin market, where they will go. However, if you look around the environment of this market, you go see I'm saying na stores, now they left, right, up and down. The surrounding, so the market women they talk now say, if they can't come up for this market, where they want to go, because space not there outside. After God, now government. Money no dey come from heaven.
Waiting dey happen.
Where they so? Now where they call Kemi. Whether you be Christian or you be Muslim, anything where you dey do, tradition is tradition. It gets some things where they work where you not believe, but they work. But the information where I bring come be say, government say. Listen, yes, wait.
No problem at all, sir. Waiting we want that say, if before they say they won't break our market, make they go finish all those markets and they go find where they won't place us put.
We want to turn this New Benin market to a modern market. You know, see a market. You know, see a market. You know, see a market.
Now we take the eat. Now we take the try our children.
Now old school be this one. I give you a Becky. I give you a
caravan. Why we not there? We go manage the caravan. We not done. I go rere. We need sana.
Why go to my? Why would my got? Why would my way here?
The market in our school. The market in our school. The government is here with you. Market what charger? I want to go find the Iyaki. Sorting the apple. Government said this was not too old. There will be new one.
Why did they happen? Now they don't just do the market. Look at that. Now this market gone. Tomorrow they build one. They build another one for us. Now we build that by ourselves.
Market government say this market is not too old. They want to change that to modern market so that hospital go day, hospital go day, police station go day.
No. We not agree.
Okay, mommy, what will be the problem? Now where you go stay? Now where you go pack your things go?
I know they go anywhere. Yes, I know they go anywhere. Now New Benin market. You don't tell when I get this New Benin market. You don't tell. During the time of Lucky, now this market is gone.
Where your shit? This shit now old school that they call her. Where work your man there? Aluminium. I dey for New Benin market. As government done, they renovate so many markets. They renovate Oba market, Ekosa market, New Benin market. Now they turn now. Government will build this New Benin market to modern market. Yes.
They say they want build that.
Yes.
You know the man not build that. Ekosa one na scatter, man go build that. Man go Oba market. This place we like as it be. We got repair about ourselves if you not CB. No, we like us CB. We don't want to repair about us. We are CB. We like us.
Market where police station go day.
No.
Market go day. Market where get go day. This guy what they do? Aluminium.
We don't want that. We don't want you.
When they come, we not one waka. Now to done the cabinet word. We not one our load go.
You know, say they do Oba market and Ekosa market now.
They do Oba market and Ekosa market. We did the one come, we part the low come month. Our law men move go fair we want put down. Who said they will work? I know I swear.
Yes, swear.
Thank you, sir.
But government say they want to build so that this your place will be a gay.
We just that they call. Everyone know. We want put our load. Like not say I'm no, we want go pack and put.
You're going to do business for outside the market now.
Do business for other markets, huh? That will not be issue. No way they store like we want pack and go. We don't have they come. No one want to pack and come out.
Whether na my house or government house you want pack and go. Abi.
Get your house.
Time na money, yeah. Time na money. Do better thing. Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. I don't know what come for New Benin market since. I don't know say the traders that don't they talk. They say government, if you destroy this place, where we want go? But they for foul line now. Make I go ask them. However, they say make we let the local government chairman know and the state governor know say. However, I say that they need well for this market. Say dirty, not be their portion. But this place now foul line are there so. Different kind of chicken. Agree to now. Money no they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. Oh. Benin market women how na dey?
Okay.
Wetin dey pain una for una mind? Wetin una want make government know?
Wetin want make government know say they say they want come destroy foul line. We no want because we never hear am. We never hear now before say that they start to destroy falling one line for market. 2 lines that go leave the front. We don't want that one. We don't tell them say this market no born as market born reach for Edo State. This market no born. Wait till we don't want make they leave us. If they say they want help us, nobody dey forbid help. We ready make they help us. We go tell them wetin we want. Make they take help us. Make they tell us make they drive us. Make we go walk away. But we don't want. We don't want to come on. We want to stay here.
A big government don't investigate some kind of yama things where they affect all the chicken the day here.
Right from beginning. This foul line there for more than 50 years. Nothing happen.
This foul line.
Yes.
For more than 50 years.
Yes. So see make the hands. Make they look all shade. Shade no dirty. We know say true say foul the shit. He test that day. Motor they come they carry am. Motor they come they carry the dirty they go. Other people they come they carry our dirty. We they pay. So we don't need all those one. They want stress us. Now we they beg them. We dey beg them make they leave us alone. Make we suffer there.
But government, I make government come check am.
Make they come now. They don't come now. They come.
Okay, mommy.
They come.
Wetin concern you for this matter?
Now my source of living. No. Now here now I do market where I take train my children. Where I dey now here I do the market. I don't know oppression where they want to oppress us so. Beg we dey beg them make they leave us here. They say they want just carry us go another direction. Why it be say only 3 line and they want to destroy inside the whole market?
If I come out here now, I'll go meet Honorable Gabriel Seduseri, the Oredo local government chairman. Say una don't talk, una don't allege the local government. Say they want to destroy foul line out of all the line where they inside this market.
Ibi ma wala bibi koko oluga gbabu ami ke ba bi awo o to se le la wo gba tun yan eri owo na ma mwe no gba kia o ko na ya bi ni alo gbe na to go ko ka mi agi ma kwe bi ba ya re webo.
Mommy, wetin concern you for this matter?
This matter concern me well. Now day when I born my children, now I trade them. So they all come now, they say they want to destroy the market. Where we can't go, we not get anywhere. Many of us they here, many of them day where they not get husband. Now this market they live. And about 2, they want start to the break market, not be from center. They'll go start from first line. Now me say they want break market. Not me say they all come say they want start for 2 line.
Concern you for this matter?
Wetin concern me my brother I be widow. My pikin dey 2 years and 6 years when my husband die. Now that foul market now I take train there. Now we still there now. The one when me say I want just beg the governor for. What you concern me concern? Chairman me with her long again. It's na governor. Na governor me with her they talk now. Say I beg.
Look camera dey watch.
I be widow. I know they see. Now person they carry me come market here. I no get where I'll go. If I dey go now, I may not see you now. You just there with me. Before God and man, I don't see you. I don't even see anything. Me I don't feel they use God. They lie.
So make come and leave foul line alone.
I just dey peel. I just dey peel. I beg. With my knee, if I kneel down for her, I don't know whether I senior her, whether I senior me.
Don't hear.
Say I beg.
Don't destroy our source of income.
Foul business. I don't do more than 35 years. I never see something like this before. So when the Oredo come, you not even let us talk. You say me 2 people call, you carry police, carry soldier, follow body. That's all of us they fear that day. So we say we not want make them demolish this foul line, the 2 line. We never see, and if they demolish it go affect other shade. Like this one now. See cloth, our foul line now. They attach and join the foul people they sell cloth. Once they demolish her, I been a hand. If na caterpillar they want use, the thing go affect those ones, and it go affect so many shades apart from a foul line. And number 2, you go see our cage now. See this cage, that one way they inside. If you want do one now, it's over 300,000 to do one. Where we go see that money? Where we go? Where you go take do one? Because this one now we fit carry on, but that one do not fit carry on because we build and join the wall. If you want do one now, it's 300,000, more than 300,000. So we not get that kind of money where we come, the one they don't destroy, we can't find money again. Where we can't do.
However, this chicken, now they stay.
Now here that they stay.
And now they feed them.
Yes.
And now they pack their.
With the pack their, even the intestine.
Come on for road.
Even the intestine.
Come on for road. No worry.
See, we go leave her here. Then the ones wey dey inside, those ones wey dey inside, those ones now, na that one we just dey talk. If you wan do that cake now, e dey go 500,000. This one now, 300,000. If dem destroy, we many widow dey inside, single mothers dey inside. Those wey just still dey grow, dey come dey inside. So we never see, we no want make dem demolish am.
So now what
make dem leave us.
Local government. Because the local government dey in charge of market.
We know.
Make them leave foul like people alone.
Yes. So the money wey say World Bank wan use, make dem use am, make dem give us borehole. If na drillage, make dem do am. We no want make dem demolish am. Make dem help us. We dey maintain our. You see most of the shade now, ties dey. So we no want make dem demolish am, because if dem demolish am, we go suffer.
May I go check other place? Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. Where my eye?
Ekiosa, they never build up. Oba market, they never finish am. So they say they won't break New Benin. Maybe they finish those two markets. If they finish am, we go green. Like somebody like me, an officer say my husband don't die. I get husband. People think when we say we today. And many of us dey, like somebody like me, I mean they carry us, I mean they carry my children. As I just be so, now me they carry my children, I mean they carry my home. So no, government, no, they not they feed me, government not they feed me. At least as it be like this, they go very reason woman. Woman be like us. As a mother, you get my, maybe you go get my man. Your mama go the market now. One good day they come break the market. Maybe it gets what they take to support you. All those children don't feel. You understand?
I tell you now. Government don't look this market now. They say God forbid, but say market fire enter this market. Say this market go burn to ashes.
No,
that's why government want build that curtain where they about market and the kind where they build for
our market no fit burn the game. God, our ancestors don't cover that one. Our market no go burn in Jesus' name. That one no go happen again. Maybe waiting if they plan, God no go green. And our ancestors when he did this market as Ijeneki, you know go let and get heads. So now waiting me get to talk.
And for people when they watch us, what it be Kevin.
This one, petty things and spiritual things. All the days. Now this one they protect. More than they protest. So maybe the pikin they when they say they do not conversion, they go buy something here. We know they say what they do bad to you. Now what they peer pikin.
What if they make money?
Yeah, no, we know they do all those ones. Maybe the king go abroad now, my pikin go better for that side. You still do all those things now we dey do. Now we dey say.
Be all this kemi.
Yes.
All this
you go chalk or you blow out to ancestors.
What you talk us now?
What do you do? This chalk. You go grana, you go put salt. Yes, once you grana, you put salt. You give our ancestors. Say God, see, I don't get money to do any sacrifice now. See, I go do this thing for me. You go do it for you.
What you go concern this one? Concern you.
This one. Now, Odegbe. If maybe you see say the seat not too hard, maybe the person in the hospital don't say I don't want Odegbe. We are our son. That's why you give nice people because people don't put hand for the thing.
Okay. But what of all this call now? See all this one.
All these ones now. Waiting until they do so kind things.
So kind things.
Yes.
You say if I miss Uruwe and salt.
Yes.
I do one like this.
Yes.
All my enemies.
All of them don't fall.
Enemies want try to bring us down. They cannot bring us down. Down. Don't they go? However, as an area journalist, one of the things where I don't investigate for this new Benin market, they say the people where they sell fowl, this line 1, line 2, they surprise out of all the line with inside this market. Now they are line, they can't talk, say they want first start the demolition. Now it shock them. That's why they tell government now say if they want start maybe all over. Not be saying you can't start from this line, but however, they say they not get choice and they not go get where they go now. That's why they beg the government, local government and the state government, make them check them well and make them balance and well. However, say where they do this, they are foul business on a daily basis. Say most of them don't do this business for more than 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. That now they know how they take they pack their foul shit, and now they still know where they throw away the foul shit.
Now beg with the happy. May our governor may come to our aid. May talk to Oredo chairman. Now beg now with it because Oredo chairman tell us say now till May ending. This month ending where we dey so we not get where we dey go. Now beg, now we dey beg. Make them give us, make them leave us for our shade. If they get anything as I first token, make them come put borehole. If not drillage, what it go make am better, but not to destroy our shade.
I'll go meet her come up for you. You know this gutter. When are they sweep up? When are they push up? When are they clean up? When are they wash up? When they put the toy. The gutter you there so. So you know they smell. You know they smell. You know they smell. Without they go la baba. Honorable Chairman,
thank you.
This market women from New Benin, first of all, there be the fear, but they can't come here now. Now, two things. So, the first one, they say you want to change that New Benin market to modern market, just the way urban market and the close and all they go on. But these people where they this foul line, they fear. But really address us. What will happen to these people where they sell foul for New Benin market? What will be the upgrade?
Yes, what they heard from us was
going down to PG so that.
Okay. Waiting they happen, be say. World Bank get one program where then they do. We make them send their certain agencies to come here. They can't choose New Benin market. Say they want to come build for us. What is it they call poultry market? They call it El Press poultry market. This market now just 2 lines only for the whole market they want to use. They are building it to a modern standard. One, to avoid diseases based on the way they are slaughtering their chicken inside the market. They want to give them the modern way and all the requirements they need to put these things in order. So what they are doing there is not to take their shop, it's to rebuild it. And we have promised the market people that we will take their number and their name, so that when they finish, we will return the shop back to the original trustee.
Okay, but they fear say if they start the project, maybe it's gonna go take another 10 years or 5 years to finish the project.
What they promise is 90 days, and if they don't finish it in less than 90 days, we will take them back to the same place to do their business. The local government is here to protect them. It's not like other projects. It's not even a big project. It's a small project, just 2 lines. It's something that even we as local government can do in less than 2 months. So for the benefit of doubt, it's just 3 months that we want to do this project. It's not a local government project. It's not even state. It is World Bank. And they have given it to other local governments. For us, we are only beneficiaries, and I'm appealing to all of them to be patient, that when they are ready by the ending of this month, we will not take more than 2 or 3 months. That project will be completed, and it's going to be for their benefit, for they will get more customers. People like us who used to buy chicken from places like supermarket and the rest. I would now like to go there to buy, because the environment is clean, they are using the modern materials, the environment, everything. And at the same time, it will be void of diseases. Yes, to be void of diseases.
Okay, before I let you go, any plan to modernize that market? That food market, because that market don't old.
Yes, that is one of the oldest markets in Benin.
New Benin market
is one of the oldest markets. And I think it's high time we start thinking of renovating and rebuilding. But we are going to do that if they agree that we do it. If they don't agree, we leave it as it is. For me, I think the governor has the final say. If the governor decide and give approval for the rebuilding, they will have no choice but to cooperate with the state government. I cannot do that on my own. without permission from the state government.
My honorable chairman, I thank you for the time you to address us. I greet you, Maga.
With the plan, the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Wetin be the plan be say the World Bank and federal government now then collaborate for this program for the states apart from Edo State and some few states where they this program, so now only few of us throughout south now only Edo State did this program. So wetin they do be say now on livestock that the better farmers wey dey into livestock not be only poultry, fishery dey, cow dey, goat dey, other things dey wey dem dey work on now. So the program name na air press na from federal government. So this local government wetin dem bring come here be say dem look through that market, dem find out say the market don old, their drainage system e no dey fit carry their influence, the shit and the fowl feather wey dey come from the market. So people no even dey gree go there well again. So when they don carefully look the place, now they say they need to rebuild this place for them. So they now come local government come talk with chairman say they need to rebuild that place for them, make am modernize, put equipment wey go make the work even easier for them, like the feeding machine, deep freezers, then borehole. They wan put solar, then they go put vet doctor's office for there in case their fowl even get program. Yes, all of these ones go there inside the market. Vet doctor go there, vet doctor's office. So all these things that they don't package. So last week now they come the engineer where they don't already build this the payment for this program. So chairman come ask them say when una take start, then they say they go there, the women pursue them, say they no need change, they want to remain the way they are. And the government is saying, Tinubu is saying, I don't want the country, the state, the local government to remain the way they are. I want changes. We are working, let the work show. People they say they know they work don't come now. Why una go say no? The local government chairman come beg the women, all of us go the market, we can't go beg them, say no, allow this change come
from shop A to shop Z.
All of
those
them
people will get their space there. If they don't build this modern one, they go return back to
I
that
tell
space.
you, what even make am be say they not start this program this week, they not start the building. Now when the engineer can't talk, he can't say those deep freezers, the vet office and the defensory office, say na 3 office they want take for inside. Now chairman say no, the 3 office must join the offices wey dey there before they must complete. So you may not displace anybody, or you know want that one. He come tell the engineer say bring your paper, engineer come show, and now he come say no engineer, urban market na issue don already dey, you know what issue for New Benin, the number of markets wey dey before now must still dey. Find another place where you carry your defensory machine go, and other office. Now the man come say okay, let them go back to their plan to change it. So they will not deck the front, put the 3 offices there. That's why the job they delay now. If not, because they need to get approval from the World Bank and the federal government, say they don't change plan. As I tell you now, other local government get this project. I come from Ovia before they transfer me here. Ovia hold on, they work. So I don't own to work.
I show that.
Waiting they happen. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It surely is an exciting time to have you join us on the program Woman to Woman. Yes, when we talk about woman to woman, we talk about the home front, we talk about things affecting women, motherhood, and the likes. Now, today on Woman to Woman, we have a counselor in our midst, yes, and she is by the person of Sharon Healing. She is a counselor, Uniben Counseling Center. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure having you here today.
Nice having you.
All right, today on Woman to Woman, we will be talking about setting boundaries with in-laws and friends in marriage. Now, this brings to the fact that when let's say, when we get married, we get to hear a lot of persons say, two shall become one. Now, you need not to allow foreigners into your home. You need to come together to do things as one. Now, when we know our Nigerian setting, we always want to cherish the fact that we have extended families. Now, we cannot do without our extended families. Now, this brings to the fore setting boundaries with in-laws and friends. Now, when we talk about setting boundaries in marriage, what does it actually mean?
Yeah, first and foremost, let's try to understand the word boundaries. Because sometimes some persons tend to just say the word boundaries have to do with the negative aspects. And really that is how a lot of persons' mindset has been programmed. Like, don't cross that line.
Yes.
Don't reach here.
I'm married already.
I knock before you before you call me before you come to my house.
Let me have a notice when you're coming to my home.
It don't really have to be that way. So there are healthy boundaries that can be kept. At the end of the day, everybody's relationship is still intact, not creating enemies for each other. So that is what we're going to be, I'm going to be talking on today. Like I tell people, we are not friends, we are not enemies.
Yes.
But we still draw the boundaries. So like, oh please, don't you think next time you should inform me when you're coming?
Oh, there should be a softer way.
Yeah, that's what we should start understanding now. So in marriage, boundaries are actually very, very important in marriage. Why is it important? Because of the mental state of everybody involved, the psychological well-being of everybody involved, the financial aspect also of the people involved. Setting boundaries in marriage helps you a lot as an individual also to plan and program your own self. When you are doing that, it's not everything the next person needs to hear. So like we tell you as a professional, we'll say there are things you should not say to everybody. Why? Because I may give you the wrong counsel. I may lead you astray if I'm not a professional. And also, we don't even know what is in the mind of the person you are taking with, you are discussing with. And now, these days, we now have online in-laws.
Yeah, very well.
Online in-laws.
Yes,
so that they're even more than the physical in-laws that people now deal with.
Yeah.
So, at the end of the day, you pick here, pick from online, pick from physical. At the time you say you want to
merge it together,
mix everything together, you find out that there will be unrest and conflicts in that home. So that is why we are talking of boundaries, keeping healthy boundaries. Like I say, you are not my enemies. You are not my enemy, we are not friends, but we should still understand when I should do something and when you also should cross the line when it comes to
But in our Nigerian setting, are you sure the boundaries we're talking about can actually come into play?
Yes, it can. Very well. Like I'm married for 20-something years now. I have healthy boundaries with my in-laws, and we are all moving well and fine. I know what I should say to them. I know what I should not say to them. I didn't go into marriage with the mindset of my sister-in-law, no. My mother-in-law, no. Those are unhealthy boundaries. The boundaries I set is, I know when to cross the line, and they too know when to cross the line. So I know what I say to them. So it's not everything I just cry to them. I don't want to run my husband down to them. They are my in-laws. I will not see relating. I have uncles in-laws, aunties in-laws. We all relate. Unlike when you are dying, the first person just call, you're like, that useless man, he has started again. I tell you, you see that marriage, why won't you left the marriage? Anything again, and you see, and all that and everything. So those are things one try to avoid. Or, oh, mama, before you come to my house, yes, let me know. You don't enter my house unannounced. And don't, but it can happen if we create the mindset that, oh, this in-law is not coming to destroy my home. This person or a friend, for example, is not coming to destroy my own. And how can a home be destroyed? It depends on your attitude, your behavior, and what you let out to the public. That is what end up destroying the home. So in-laws, friends can be welcome, but you draw a line and the boundaries with them.
Okay, now would we not say certain boundaries can be seen as being disrespectful as a wife to the parents? Would that not be tagged as being disrespectful?
Okay. Let me give you a scenario of, I think I had a client that she was like, my mother-in-law wants to travel all the way from Abuja to come and cook for the son. And apparently the son is the only child and the only son. And it does not go down well with her. It was always causing conflicts. So sometimes she don't even hear her mother-in-law is coming. So I was like, don't you think you and your mother-in-law can cook in that kitchen?
Certainly.
So mama has come. So what is this? It's my kitchen. Why will she enter my kitchen? Mama has come. Mama, thank God. Food yes, today I thank God, Mama, you have come. I will rest now. And all that. So Mama, tell me, is it fried rice you want to cook? Is it carrot I should do for you? Let's enter
the kitchen.
You see how I put it? It's an healthy boundary already. So you are not quarreling, you are not whatever, you are not fighting over who owns the kitchen. So it's when it is not the other way around, it is not a disrespect to your in-laws. Like some example I said, don't come to my house without give me 1 week notice before you come to my house. Why will you call me? You don't just call me. So this is different, like, oh, thank you so much, Mama. Mama, don't you think You know, by this time now I should be sleeping. Mama, don't you think as from 10 is ideal to call me that time? I will answer you very well. My eyes go down open. My eyes is shining down. Mama, please, don't be calling by 6 a.m. What is bringing that hair and all that? Or me and my husband is talking. You are calling my husband. So, but in a better way, that you are showing respect to the other person.
Okay, now do you feel having a relationship with your in-laws can actually help to solidify the home front?
Yes, I tell people it is very, very important to create relationship with your in-laws. So, but some persons will tell you, oh, in-laws are the worst things that will ever happen to you. But I tell people, create relationship with your in-laws because you don't know what tomorrow holds for you. Fine, nobody prays for anything bad to happen. But when it happens, what's next? You don't have anybody to cry to. So when the person pushes your head out, you don't have one person in that family
to actually fall
back to. So even though your own husband is the one even creating an unhealthy boundary
with the parents,
with the parents, with the family, you apply wisdom in doing it. Why? Because of tomorrow. Anything can crop up tomorrow. I've had scenario whereby the family of the girl, they told her, they say, okay, can go. Sister is the person you want to get married to. Then at the end of the day, the guy became something else. And apparently she didn't have a relationship with anybody in the family. And when the guy was like, I'm done with you, I'm no longer interested in this marriage, when she went to her family drove her because they saw ahead, but she was like, this is what I wanted. So they drove her away. So she didn't have anybody
to fall back
to. So I've seen scenario whereby when issues crop up, the person just call the sister-in-law like, I'm coming to your house, like, oh, my doors are open, come and stay. Then I will talk to my brother in the morning.
Okay, in that aspect now, how would a woman actually know, okay, this is a family that, has opened their arms for me to come into the home? How would one know, and how would one know a red flag?
Do you know one funny thing? In the beginning, every woman knows a family that don't welcome them. They always know, it's always there. I tell people, when I enter a home, and it's even a 5 years old that said, I don't like this auntie, I hate her, I will run.
That's a red flag.
Yes, that's a red flag already.
But in the aspect where the man you're coming for, loves you, likes you, adores you.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. They'll say, after all, it's not they are not the one I'm getting married to. It's the man I'm getting married to. Yes. But I tell you I tell them as a professional, you are not only getting married to the man, you're getting married to
the family, everyone.
Everyone in the family. So once you see the attitude from day one, the behavior, the like, I don't know my pikin see you bring come now on a good day, now as woman wear fat, now we like see you be like who never they hungry. Those are already signs. So even though the guy is telling you, don't worry, and it's me you are getting married to and all that, things will change. At the end of the day, we'll find out that the influence will now be so much on the guy. The guy's attitude, I've handled a lot of cases like that. His attitude will just change. You will start hearing, he's my mother, I know how she suffered for me, so I have to...
Yes, I have to answer to the call of my mom.
My father went on land to make sure who I am today. It's unfortunate that I got married to you. I have to please. Then at the end of the day, some of them even end up getting married to a second wife. Why? Just to please the family. So the signs are there through action, words. So you look out for the verbal and non-verbal. Yes.
Okay, now how can couples identify unhealthy interference?
Yeah, unhealthy interference from in-laws or maybe friends and people around you is someone barging into your house, maybe me and my husband and wife are together in the bedroom, you're badging, like, hey, follow me, I want to see you. Like, oh, Mama, please. So I said, follow me, what is important you are discussing? Well, follow me, I want to see you. That is unhealthy. Then badge into the kitchen. Why are there plates?
Why haven't you swept the home
this morning?
Yes, why is everywhere messy?
So like, oh, Mama, I'm so tired. You know, I just gave birth. Is it Jesus you gave birth to? Is that you the first woman to give birth to? Then giving you rules and regulation on in our family.
This is what we do.
This is what we do. This
is how women behave. A woman will marry into the family. This is their duties and all of that.
We don't give birth to CS in this family.
Okay. And that brings to you having to go and get a research. Before going to any home, any family, I guess the woman should go do their research before they get into a place that it's like a game of not returning.
Exactly.
Anyways, if you just joined us, this is Woman to Woman. We'll be right back after the short break. Don't go nowhere. All right, if you just joined us, this is Woman to Woman, and today we're looking at setting boundaries with in-laws and friends. I love to, expatiate the fact that I don't think there is any marriage without friends, without friendship. You get to hear, oh, my friend told me this, my friend said this. So how can a home notice a red flag in one's relationship with a friend?
Especially when that friend is always talking down
on the husband or the wife.
Or the wife, on your partner. Never sees anything good that the person is doing for you. Your partner is doing for you. And like, is it not somebody, the partner, husband or wife that just did? So what is the big deal or what he has done that you are now high heavens and all that, and shows disrespect to your partner. So disrespect your partner, talk to your partner, and anyhow where you are. I think that can only come place the way you yourself place your partner. The person.
There goes the saying that says, the way you lay your bed, that's the way you lie on it.
So if you respect your partner, I don't think any friend will come and trample on your ears, talk down or insult your partner in your presence. So those are some of the signs you see. Never appreciative, maybe dressing, the way the person is talking, the income of the person is always talked down on, and making the person feel so little wherever you are. So such a friend, you just flee from such friendship and don't keep such a person as a friend. Then a friend that is always telling you, I see what my husband
bought for me, what my husband did for me,
come and see, can't you see? Can't you see this one? So if it's affecting your mental state, so just
especially when you get to see some women, when they talk about their husbands, my husband got this for me, my husband. And funny enough, when you go do your research, you will not see one pain that your husband actually did for them. Now, again, when we talk about marriage now, are we to say that, okay, let's say for instance, now, Mrs. Sharon, you're married, I am married. Do we keep company with those married women or single women? Now, some persons will be of the notion that once you're married, you should do away with your single friends. I don't know how true that is.
And to me, I don't believe in that school of thought.
Yes.
Because I believe you as an adult, you should know what is good for you. There's something I tell people when I hear somebody tell me that, oh, I've been no one before, is this my friends? Like, you see, we told you not to be keeping friends with single person. I'm like, don't say that. If it was not in your mind,
you would not do it.
Yes, you would not do it. So it was just a push
You needed.
So, yeah, you needed. It was just the opportunity, the avenue. I said, so I always back it up with the scripture. I said, that's how the Bible says, I will not give you the temptation you cannot overcome.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, just like me now, as I'm seated here, I said, the mindset of go and rob a bank.
You can never come across.
Yes. I said, it's the one within my power that will always come across. So it's not left for me to say a yes or a no. I said, so that is how it is with friendship. So there are good single women out there that are even better than the married women, that will even put the married women in a straight path. So it's not all to do with you as an individual. Always sieve what you take in as you keep your friendship with the opposite sex that are single or the females.
Okay. Now, in another notion, we get to see some persons, you know, start deleting numbers of their single friends. Now, this is coming from the husband telling the wife, okay, all your single friends, so you need to do away with them right now. Now, is that actually the right move to do at that particular time?
To me, I see it as a form of abuse, control over the individual. So the person can have maybe single friend, both male and female. We've come way back. So that is why we are talking of boundaries now. So it's not you that have to create the healthy boundaries with that person. So you know when to draw the line with the person, what to do with the person, because you don't know where you will need the help of that person tomorrow. And to like just cut off from people totally is me and you, maybe church or whatever. I don't want only married people in your life and all that. Then friends I knew, because life was fortunate for me to get married before them, I'll cut them off totally. So it is an abuse, it's control of that person so that the partner would be in charge of that person. But if the partner sees that that person is a strong negative influence, so I see reasons why you can like, oh, I don't want to see, and there's a way you put it to your partner, and the partner will see reasons why I need to give a space from that person.
Okay, so can the married person now, you know, have a discussion, intimate discussion, sensitive discussion with friends?
It depends on the relationship you keep with that's your friend. So like I said, it's not every information you put out there for the
like mental discussions,
and whatever. But if you find out that the abuse you are facing in the home
is more than what you can carry,
what you can carry, you can open up. So if like intimates or maybe all those intimates whatever, I don't see why you just sit somebody down and that is what you want to be
discussing about.
So it tends to even erupt some negative thoughts in the other person, and the person will want to like, oh, this person is, so that person is always too full of this his or her partner, let me go and really test and see. But the only time I tell people you can cry out, you can speak, is when the abuse
is getting
too much. You can't take it anymore. So have somebody you can confide in, you can speak with. So if it's what cannot be handled, you seek the help of a professional.
Okay, now do you believe that one can actually be in a marriage and don't have friends?
Yeah, there are people like that. There are people like that, and it's working for them, it's good for them. So there are people that also keep friends and all that,
and it's working
for them. So know what is good for you, what works for you, and all that. Like me, I have friends, but you see me, I hardly visit. But
just through phone calls and all of that.
Through phone calls, through chatting, I check up on them.
Okay, now before we go, let's quickly, you know, have a review as far as the in-laws are concerned. So what should the women especially, now what should a woman do to have that, you know, cordial relationship with her in-laws?
Yes, the first thing is having a positive mindset towards your in-laws. Not the mindset of what the society has said about in-laws.
Especially mother-in-laws.
Yes, mother-in-laws, that you have created the mindset that to let my mother-in-law die before I get married and all that. So by the time you create a positive mindset towards your in-laws, you find out that you are open. Even maybe you are being scolded, they criticize you when you do something wrong, you are open. So once in a while, I advise people, send messages to your mother-in-law. It's maybe she's celebrating, if it's every month's message, birthdays, Mother's Day, and all of that. To appreciate, so it keeps that relationship with
going.
you. Yes, going. So if you should know, like I said, everybody has their boundary and limit of what they can do. So if you know your limit is not to go and be sweeping house, washing clothes, it's fine. If you just to go and sit down and gist with her, I've come today to come and gist with you, fine.
So keep you company.
So if you are in school or taught her, I want to wash your clothes, I want to do this, I want to do, fine. So that is building relationship with you.
All right, thank you so much, Councillor Sharon, for taking out your time to be with us today. Now remember that a healthy marriage needs love, communication, and boundaries. Setting boundaries is not rejection, it is protection. Now the goal is not to shut people out, but to create a respectful space where marriage can grow peacefully. All right, so we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time. Do have yourself a blessed day, and yes, remain blessed. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Now it is another wonderful time on television and on the program African Discourse on Independent TV. My name is Evan Sudoku. You're welcome to the show. Well, last week we looked at the African Summit in Nairobi, that's in Kenya, and of course we saw all that happened. So we're going to be taking our discussion, from that today. So it's going to be a kind of a stretch from what happened last week, and so that we can actually understand the nitty-gritty of it all. Well, we understand that recently there has been a call for Africa to be represented at the United Nations Security Summit. So that's going to be the major issue that we're going to be talking about today on the program African Discourse. As a matter of fact, Emmanuel Macron, that's the French president, has made a call for that, and it is not the first time that we are hearing that. Now, the very big question we're going to be answering to that now is how will that reform the United Nations Security Council? Well, let's just quickly look at recent happenings on the continent of Africa. Some of the key stories across Africa as it stands now is that there's Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, whereby we understand that it has spread to Uganda, and regional pushback against economic exploitation is also an issue that is happening in Africa as it stands now. Now, the issue of Ebola is something that has assumed an international, international awareness, so to say, because the World Health Organization has declared emergency in the case in the DRC as it relates to Ebola. Now, you move away from that, we also look at the issue that has to do with Lassa fever. We understand that there seems to be the outbreak of Lassa fever in some parts of Nigeria, whereby the Federal Ministry of Health has warned that Nigerians should be aware of Lassa fever. Then also, we also talk about the economic reformation agenda as spearheaded by the President Ahmed Tinubu. And of course, that was also a major talking point at the last African Summit. They call it the Forward Summit in Nairobi recently in the continent. All right, so let's move away from that now so that we look at the issue of the day, where we're going to be looking at the call for African continent to be represented at the United Nations Security Council. Well, when we talk about the United Nations Security Council, we call them the Big Five, talking about United States of America, the Great Britain, Russia is there, France is there, and of course, we also understand that Russia is there, France, China is also there. 5 nations of the world, biggest nations, not necessarily big in terms of land mass, but in terms of technology, it is assumed that these nations they are so big in their technological prowess. So no wonder they are members of Security Council, United Nations Security Council. But all that seems to have, people are calling that it is high time that an African nation should be represented in that Security Council. So that's going to be our major talking point today. So like what I said a while ago, that the big question we're going to be asking is whether that will reform the so much desired reforms that is needed at the Security Council of the United Nations Security Council. I mean, a situation whereby at times you have some decisions are made, and because it is made by one of the members, nobody can question that. So we do not know, maybe when an African nation comes in now, all that cannot be anymore. Well, to look at all this today, we are so privileged to have a professor of vocational and technical education, Professor Victor Igbenedion, is our guest today. Sir, you're welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Professor Victor Igbenedion is a global affairs analyst, and also looking at, he talks about national issues too. All right, so Prof, we are looking at the call by Emmanuel Macron of France, the French president, calling on Africa as a continent to have a representative at the United Nations Security Council. What's your take on that?
It's a good call, in any case, but I don't think it's feasible for now. If you look at the big five in the United Nations Security Council, you will find that they are advanced in terms of economics. Their economics are quite advanced. The Human Capital Development Index is high. They have high Human Capital Development Index. The military advancement and scientific and technological advancement, they are there for these countries. It looks like Africa is just evolving, and most part is that we rely solely or partially on these advanced countries to be able to drive our country, even in terms of economy or politics, I would say. Technology, we are not just there for now at all, and scientific advancement. So we need to develop ourselves sufficiently to be able to belong to the United Nations Security Council. The question is that what are we bringing to the table? When you look through Africa, there's no political stability. So their polity is defective, except we resort to the advanced nations. It will look like there's nothing we can do on our own. So having to go there and begin to rub shoulders with them, it's not, to me, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. They are not going to have to baby any person. That you will now be shoulder to shoulder with them. On what basis? That's my question. On what basis? Macron is just playing politics, trying to massage our ego. Say, oh, we have arrived, something, join us. When you get there, even if they put you there, there's nothing you can say. They will veto whatever you want to say. So you won't even get there in the first place. So what this portends for Africa is that we have to seriously develop ourselves. We must look inward to develop ourselves to the extent that we'll have to add values to what we have that we sell to this country. You see, when we export raw materials without adding any value, and that should changes us a whole lot. So we are going to have to look deeply inward and develop ourselves.
Okay, now a while ago you said that for you are looking at it that no African nation is ripe enough, because you are kind of looking at it from the point of view that we don't have the political stability. But if you look at some of these nations, take for example China, United States of America, Russia, then of course you even have France. Well, one really cannot say that they don't have political stability. But I think it is more of technological stability than political stability. Don't you think so?
No, all true. Do you know that the political stability affects technological, scientific and technological
stability
development? It does. Do you see overthrow in France? Or they have a seamless transition. They have been established. Their governments are established, and when they want to do a change of government, it's seamless. There may be some whimper here and there like that of Trump, but it goes on. Here, most of the transition, they are fraudulent. We are here, not only in Nigeria. So if you don't get those basic things right, you want to elect a new government, it's all fraudulent. It's in Africa you see somebody perpetuating himself in the office for how many years? 40-something years, 50 years. The president will be bereft of ideas that can develop the country. So, and they are just waiting for some of them to die. And there's nothing the citizens can do about it. These ones affect the development. You have young people in advanced countries that are taking over government, and they are doing pretty well. You are still a young man. I cannot call myself that I'm very young because the way I think previously, the way I do things, they are different now. Okay. So a young person will bring a fresh idea to governance. We cannot continue like that. I look at Paul Biya. The other day before Mugabe died, he was falling on the road and all those things. And so many of them are there like that.
Yeah, but it is not as if it is only in Africa that we have old presidents. I mean, America has an old president. Even Joe Biden that handed over to, the President Trump. They were old. He was also an old man.
But they have a system that is well established. That transition will take its course without much interference.
All right, viewers out there, in case if you just joined us, the program is African Discourse on Independent Television, and some of the visuals that you are also seeing has to do with the summits that we are looking at. We're talking about the last African summit in Nairobi in Kenya, whereby it was a 3-day summit, and of course the French President Emmanuel Macron made a call for the need for an African nation to have membership at the United Nations Security Council. And we've said that 5 members are members of the United Nations Security Council. So Emmanuel Macron is looking at it that how come Africa does not have a representation? Now, Prof, let us look at it, because some persons are of the opinion that what the recent interest that Emmanuel Macron seems to have in Africa, I don't want to say that it's suspicious, but it looks as if since the French were ousted from Niger, and also they're also asking them to leave major parts of Africa.
Yes.
Hence, we have this new interest. So, what would you say about Emmanuel Macron or the French position? Is it not suspicious?
Very, very. They had the foothold in the Francophone countries. Everything was being done from France. Those people could not do anything without France. So now there's a backlash. It's like their eyes are opening. They say, okay, we don't want you people again. And they have been supplanted by China and Russia. So it looks like they are going. It's imminent that they will lose grip of those their colonial countries, their colonized countries, so to speak. So how is he going to do it? It's just by coming back to advocate that let us get let us get lifted from the doldrums so that Africa will have a voice in the United Nations. I tell you, it's a very tall order to achieve. It's going to be very difficult. Because of the way these advanced countries look at, we are just there for their exploitation. You know? Even earlier times in the 60s when people like Kwame Nkrumah were trying to bring their heads up, it's the same advanced countries that made sure that they were
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
I don't see the feasibility of it, given the challenge that he may even have with the other members of the Security Council. They are not as liberal. Otherwise, all these years, they would have included some other people in the United Nations Security Council. Was it not until recently that Trump divested economically from the United Nations, stopped a lot of grants and all that they were doing? Hitherto, he was the ones funding over 70% of the United Nations. The US, that's what I mean. But now, they are cap in hands begging, all over the place. So and they are not even as effective in the kind of services that they render.
You mean the US?
No, the United Nations.
The United Nations, yeah.
Because of the pull out of the funding.
America.
Yes, of America from the funding. And no country has chested out anymore. Chest out now that, okay, since you pull out, we are going to be funding it.
Now, don't you think it's because nations of the world, they tend to look at what will benefit them more, and that is what America seems to be doing at the moment. So for other nations, even if we're saying that America has pulled out of giving aids to nations of the world, the reason why some other nations don't want to signify that interest, don't you think is to protect their interest?
In what terms? Protect their interest?
I mean, since if America has done it and they left, so we need not also do it. I mean, let us protect our interest too. The way America is also trying to protect.
To the extent that the United Nations function will be whittled down, the rest members could say, okay, now that America has pulled out, for relevance again, as Macron is doing now, they can come and say, okay, let's fund the United Nations. But they are not doing that one. So the structure will almost be weakened if they have sufficient funding. Where are they going to intervene in wars, you know, what they call it, where there is war, they go and intervene there. The soldiers collect soldiers from different countries. This thing requires a lot of funding, okay? But you see Americans trying to do it alone, okay, to increase their spheres of influence. But in the United Nations, the veto power is there. They may not contribute troops to go and help distressed countries. So it's important that other nations should also flex their muscles in terms of funding the United Nations.
You know, a while ago, we were trying to look at Emmanuel Macron's position as being suspicious. Now, this is not the first time that we're probably having the French president trying to support his own interest. Remember when we had the war between Palestine and you know, Israel? He also made a case for the state of Palestine. So is it not the same thing that he's trying to do, you know, calling for an African nation to be part of the United Nations Security Council?
Just like we have analyzed, it's about France's relevance. They want to be a key player in the world politics at the moment. They don't want to be left behind. We refer to United States as a policeman of the world. So they because they know that U.S., because of their dominance, they benefit a lot from their dominance of the world. And France is kind of restricted to their francophone countries. So they want to branch out and see how they can woo other African countries so that they can also benefit from their resources, so to speak.
Now, Emmanuel Macron also talked about Africa's population, and he said that a continent that has over 1.4 billion people, I mean, with that population alone, it is enough for us to have a representation at the Security Council. Is that, I think that what would you say about that?
Well, population is a heavy resource.
Yes, it is.
Yes, you see China. But what is the development, as I say, human capital development of that population? When majority of the population, they are just peasants, and they have nothing to really offer. The education, backward, other development indices, they are not there at all. So the population alone, without development, developing the individual, human capital development, they have little or nothing to contribute. So it's important that we begin to advance ourselves. Education, proper education is not all this certification and everything that we are doing without the people acquiring the necessary skills and developmental skills that will push Africa forward. It's not as if the few ones that we have very intelligent people in Africa here. That's why the advanced countries, when our people get there, they make maximum use of them as human resource. Okay? But here, we have a dormant human resource population. There's nothing to stimulate us to give our best. And it runs true. Why is it that once our people now live here, they make sure that they don't go back? They don't come back to Africa. They maximize their use there. They use their intelligence and everything that we have. So, and that is what is lacking. You see, our doctors, Our other people, technologies, they are moving out in drones, in droves. You know, they are moving out in droves. They are not able to be utilized here because of what is corruption.
Yeah.
You don't pay them well, the living condition is poor. But when they get there, they feel better and they repatriate their money back home. So that's the basic issues. If we get our education right, and that depends on the leadership. The leadership says, okay, I have to change this country. Let my people get the right education. Liberalize a lot of things. Why is the West more advanced than the South? I mean, the North. It was because of the liberalization of education by Awolowo. People now embraced education. People who couldn't go to school before, they went to school. The same thing Ali did here. People were already frustrated. They said, Ali, the women said, Ali said, we will make they go school. They started producing, and they went to colleges of education. Went to teachers' college, and they made that. I'm saying it's very key to our development.
Now, Prof, a while ago you talked about leadership. That it seems that Africa is still struggling, in leadership. Now, don't you think with what is happening in one or two countries, take for example Rwanda, take for example one or two more African countries, don't you think that Africa seems to maybe getting it right, maybe just stumbling, tumbling in the right direction,
wobbling and fumbling,
because these days we're talking about these 2-3 nations in Africa now, and of course even outside the continent you hear world leaders also point to them. They are now points of reference and all that in terms of good governance. So don't you think that Africa may be evolving in terms of leadership?
Yes, those ones they are like the oasis in the desert. No, you find small water and all that one. Well, I would say it has started because we can now, as we are making reference to them now, Paul Kagame in Rwanda, the other one in
Traore, DRC.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Were the resources not there before? It's Kagame that is really at the head of the political evolution, because he was able to bring the country back from the brink of collapse, and they have advanced in terms of human capital development. But the other ones, Burkina Faso and all that one, yes, they are doing well, but you can see the hand of advanced countries in them. All they are trying to do now is to add value to their resource. Their resource is what they have before, what they have within them. They begin to develop them there, unlike just taking them away as raw materials. And the people now, what happens? They have work, they are engaged, they are busy.
They have technology.
Exactly, they have the technology that they use to transform a lot of things in the country. It will make the people happy. And they are getting advanced. So we need more of those.
All right, so we'll take a short pause now. Viewers out there, the program is still African Discourse on Independent Television, and we're looking at the call for the call for an African nation to be a member of the Security Council, the United Nations Security Council. So we'll take a short pause now, and when we return on the other side of time, we're going to be looking at the possibility of which country, we have various countries. Some persons have said South Africa is ripe enough. Rwanda with Paul Kagame is ripe enough. Then you talked about Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso is also ripe enough. So we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
May 27th.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television, Independent TV. Yes, we are still looking at the need for an African nation to be a member of the Security Council, and we are saying that Emmanuel Macron is so much in the forefront of that. And the reason why he's saying that is that he argues that the current the current council does not reflect modern geopolitics. What it means is that in a situation whereby you have a continent that has over 1.4 billion people, then of course it shows that we also have representation at the Security Council. Now we still have our guest with us here, Professor Victor Egbenedion. Now, Prof, we were trying to look at, we're trying to look at some nations in the continent. We talked about South Africa, and well, South Africa with the recent happenings now, xenophobic attacks and all that. I don't think if that's a good one. I'm not trying to fault them, but we're just trying to look at the countries, in the continent. South Africa, Rwanda is there. Then of course Burkina Faso is there. Then maybe one northern African country, Morocco, Algeria, Libya, and all that. No, Libya cannot be part of it. But let's look at it now. Which of these countries would you want to put your bet on? That's okay. If the need now be that, okay, let's Africa send representation. Which of these countries would you say?
I can take a bet on Rwanda.
On Rwanda?
Yes.
Rwanda?
Because where they are coming from, they look like they have a focus on development of their country. You know, they had a very bad experience with
the civil war.
Civil war, yeah. And the other country. So, but they have come out smoldering. They came out, the man has been able to walk in that country, that it has become the envy of the neighbors. And to the extent that the world leaders, they are giving him kudos for that. So, you see, sometimes green horse, they can do a lot of things before their powers are whittled down or their ideas are whittled down. So it's just like one person out of a lot, that if you give him an opportunity, he can do a lot of the.
Why not South Africa? South Africa seems to be enjoying the popularity of the world in terms of technological advancement, maybe in terms of political stability, you know, except recently that we have issues that have to do with xenophobic, issues and all that, and it has been said that it is being politically motivated. So South Africa seems to be a country to reckon with, on the continent.
I have no doubt about South Africa, but they have their own issues. They have not. Since they were liberated from their colonial masters, they have not been very assertive. They were supposed to use that podium to elevate themselves to the world, because they have all the advancement. But their choice of leadership has not been very good.
How exactly do you mean? I mean, South Africa, it's only the country that is a member of the BRICS in Africa. Other nations are only partnering with the BRICS. Nigeria is only partnering with BRICS, but South Africa is a member of the BRICS. I mean, that alone seems to be one major. I mean, the BRICS somehow may be as good as the United States Nations Security Council. Yeah.
Do you know the interest of Britain in South Africa? They were dominated by South Africa was dominated by foreigners, so they still have their own affiliation there. There are people there with heavy investment in the place. The blacks have not been able to displace them completely. So they have a foothold on the economy. So, as you said, they are members of the BRICS. There's nothing wrong there. But I tell you, you said the xenophobic issue is somehow political.
That seems to put a snag on South Africa.
Yes. Apart from that one, you will see them, their leaders, having issues of corruption here and there.
But even in Rwanda you talked about, remember Paul Kagame has also been fingered in human rights issues. I mean,
yes, so there's nobody that is completely free, but you have to have your own preference. I see somebody with a foresight. If South Africa was able to come out with the help of other nations in Africa, Nigeria, from apartheid. But after that, I've not seen them, I've not been able to determine their trajectory of progress, so that we can look up to them as a country that is almost like an Eldorado, considering where they are coming from. No? But Kagame is indigenous. Yes, he prosecuted a war, but he has been able to transform the country with his wisdom and initiative to the extent that he's being reckoned with.
Even Cyril Ramaphosa is also indigenous. I mean, he's a black president,
yes.
And we've also seen some of the moves that he has made. I mean, trying to return major resources back to back to South Africa, as against when we had the white suprematist in South Africa and all that. So all that are indigenous moves.
Yes, they are indigenous, but with the advancement that they were open to, I'm saying that they have not accelerated their progress.
The way it ought to be.
Yes, that's my grasp with them. Because they have been so somehow exposed, and they could have leveraged on that exposure to advance to the extent that Africa will reckon with them so forcefully. No, but that is not, it's nowhere to be seen.
Okay. What about Nigeria?
I will not completely write off Nigeria.
Okay, so you see.
So, but how do we get a leader, a good leader, to lead us aright? That is the problem of Nigeria, leadership. Because the leadership process is compromised at every stage. So for you to get the best is very difficult. And because of the money bags, Nigerian politics is dominated by money. Okay? The few ones who are maybe very resourceful and intelligent, they don't have that kind of money to be able to come out and make the difference. So if you bring out these people, say, okay, I will bring out Nigeria, go and function in the United Nations Security Council. You know, our appetite is already inundated with stealing, with corruption, with greed. Greed. So everybody will ask, what is in it for me? Nobody is ready to make any sacrifice. In spite of their stupendous wealth. We were talking about a while ago, look at the rate of borrowing. Borrowing. And we were promised that if first subsidy is removed, we can have some respite. Have we received any respite now? In spite of the humongous amount of money that is coming from the first subsidy, you give it to the governors, you say you give this one, give this one. We don't say anything.
Now, Prof, as we commence our dissent now, the fear is that at the end of the day, we understand that France cannot really just decide alone, even if it's a member of the Security Council.
Yes.
Such a decision has to be reached by a two-thirds majority.
Exactly.
And we know that other members they may not allow that and all that. But let us look at it. If at the end of the day, the need is now that, okay, let them bring a country to be represent them at the Security Council. Now, we've talked about Rwanda. Rwanda may have some form of political stability. But in terms of technological advancement, because the truth of the fact is that for you to be look at the 5 members. I mean, they are the most technological advanced nations of the world. So Rwanda cannot stand South Africa. So that's what we're saying.
Yes, in terms of technological development,
advancement,
South Africa,
so you see that at the end of the day,
advantage.
At the end of the day, it still have to be South Africa.
Yes, I agree to a very large extent because of the foundation that they have there. But was one of the president not mad with corruption and all those things before?
Even Cyril, we saw the one that has to do with church gate something, the farm gates allegation and all that.
Maybe we don't leave it at the level of allegation. But you know, for somebody to evolve in South Africa to become a leader, the person must have a very sound mind, a very bright horizon, the way he thinks, because of their background, where they are coming from. So South Africa can easily fit into that nomination, if need be, because they have been exposed one way or the other.
Okay, one last question. Quickly, I want you to quickly comment on what Emmanuel Macron seems to be preaching by supporting the African representation, because he's looking at it that the relationship that Africa as a continent has with the external world is more of AIDS-based relationship. AIDS. Getting AIDS from United Nations and all that. So for him, he wants it to be an investment, based relationship. So how can the continent get that quickly?
Well, they can get there. I also saw it to investment. Yes. How they can work together.
Let it be more of investment rather than always going cap in hand and begging.
Yeah. I think that will work if he's able to pound it out in the way that the people, the Africans, will see that we are now partners. We'll be able to benefit from this relationship.
Now, what do you think the continent needs to do because investors want to come to Africa to invest, but it's almost
it's because one, sometimes it has to do with economic stability. Look at Sahel now. They were there for a long time until the military had to come.
And maybe security issue?
Yes, very serious security issues. Nigeria now, it's difficult for people to come and say, I want to invest. And political stability, so to speak. So we need to look at all these things together before people can say they want to come and invest. You bring your money here today, tomorrow they say they have changed government and they don't have nothing to do with you. So political stability is very important. Because these investors, they don't play with their money. So you have capital flight. If they see, they sense a lot of things before they happen. We living here, we don't even know what is happening. But they sense all these things. They have their economic analysts and everything. If the country is sinking, before you know, they are taking off. They go. So,
all right, so Prof, we want to say thank you so much. We'll leave the discussion here this afternoon, and we've been talking about the call for Africa as a continent to be represented at the United Nations Security Council. And we've said that as it stands now, no African country is part of that, strong house, or strong house of the world. That's what some analysts call it, and all that. So Emmanuel Macron of France has, made a call at the last summit in Nairobi in Kenya, whereby he said that Africa has what it takes. If you talk about population, a continent that has over 1.4 billion people, then of course we'll have what it takes. Then he also talked about the need for the relationship to change now. The dynamics to change, the narrative to change. Instead of Africa always having AIDS-based relationship with the outer world, it has to be change to investment-based relationship. So maybe as Africans, the leaders in Africa, when they begin to look at all this, maybe the narrative will change. And just as what Prof said, that Rwanda, he's saying that Rwanda, for him, he will pick Rwanda to be a member of the Security Council, even if he has said that Nigeria is not, right for that now. All right, so I want to say very big thank you.
Thank you very much. Macron has sold a dummy. He sold a dummy.
To our leaders. So it's not left for our leaders.
Yes, it's a dummy. It's a dummy.
All right, so thank you so much, Professor Victor Igbenedion, for finding time to join us on the program today. Until same time and next week, my name is Evan Sunokogie. Good afternoon.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, the
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
World Hypertension Day is observed every year on May 17, and it's part of Hypertension Awareness Month. And this was started by the World Hypertension League in 2005. Then the theme for this year is Controlling Hypertension Together. Check your blood pressure regularly. Defeat the silent killer. And the focus is on collective action. Individuals, families, health workers, government at all levels, everybody should play their role in controlling hypertension. My name is Adesuwa Sawage, and it is a pleasure that I bring to set two consultants in the business of talking to your heart. They are cardiologists, consultant cardiologists, and they are here to talk to us about hypertension. Yesterday was the day set aside, but today we will celebrate it on air with you, for you to know that this thing called the silent killer is not here to joke with you, okay? And it's not something you can take on the face level. So join me as I make welcome Dr. Aisasa Ogbomo, consultant cardiologist from the University of Benin Teaching Hospital.
Thank
you,
Doctor. Thank you. Good afternoon.
You look good. You look like my sister. Are we related somehow? All right, I have Dr. Akinwumi Ojo, is also a consultant cardiologist from the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Dr. Akinwumi, it's a pleasure to have you join us today.
Thank you very much, Adesola. Thank you.
All right, we look at this hypertension at face value. So we want to know quite a number of things because from the little research I made, I discovered that hypertension affects an estimated 1.4 billion people globally and is the leading preventable cause of premature death. So doctors, why is hypertension called the silent killer?
Correct. Thank you very much. So today we talk about hypertension.
Yes.
Being a silent killer, and that's even one of our major thing we are talking about, because silent killer means it doesn't give you any sign. It doesn't give you any symptoms. You feel that you are fine. You go about your day-to-day activities thinking that you are perfect, but the blood pressure is there, and if you don't check, you will not know. Some people say they feel some things when their blood pressure is high, but most of the time there is no sign, there is no symptoms, you are not aware. Blood pressure is high, you go about your day-to-day activities. When something now happens, develop maybe a chest pain, difficulty in breathing, and that time is already getting too late. So it's silent because it doesn't give you any sign, doesn't give you any symptoms, and BP is high. If you don't check, you will not know.
So Dr. Sasa, is it not possible for one to just know? You know when you have a headache, you know you have headache. When you have pains anyway, you know you have pains. How come one cannot know if he or she has hypertension until you go and check? Are there no signs? Are there no symptoms?
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, at the time one begins to have any symptoms or signs from hypertension, that tells you there's already a complication, either the patient is already having a stroke, or that stroke exhibiting itself in form of facial weakness or facial deviation, arm weakness, slurred speech, all right? Or patient is coming down with difficulty with breathing, pictures of heart failure, leg swelling, or is already having complication of kidney failure. So that may be the first time the patient may be noticing that he or she has hypertension. That is why we have come to preach today that as many of us as are listening to us right now, find the nearest health facility and get your blood pressure checked. You don't need to wait for any symptom to develop or complication before we now start running helter-skelter. Because many of those complications are usually terrible. For example, imagine a patient who has chronic kidney disease, has to go through hemodialysis. Apart from the cost, the financial implication, the trauma, the psychological trauma for the patient involved, the family, it's just, that's why we're preaching prevention. They usually say the slogan that prevention is better than cure. So hypertension usually is most times asymptomatic.
Okay, let's look at causes of hypertension. Yes. Dr. Akinwumi.
Okay, when we talk about causes of hypertension, as we said, in more than 90 to 95% of cases, hypertension has no cause. That we call essential hypertension.
No cause at all?
No cause at all. In more
Nothing triggers it.
90 to 95% of cases, hypertension has no cure. The other word for that is essential or primary hypertension. It's just the remaining 5 to 10% that could be due to an underlying causes like kidney problems, thyroid problems, disease with the adrenal glands or so. So just from the minority, 5 to 10%, but the majority, there is no cause. What we have are risk factors, things that if you have it, you have a tendency of having high blood pressure. Things like the fact that we have black race, for example, is a risk factor. In fact, the fact that you're a male gender is a risk factor because it's actually commoner in males. The fact that you are obese, it's a risk factor. The fact that maybe you have high blood sugar, high cholesterol, those are risk factors. So what we have is a risk factor for hypertension. In more than most cases of hypertension, 90 to 95%, there is no cause.
Okay, Dr. Sosa, is hypertension hereditary?
Well, we can't exactly call it hereditary, but we can use the term familial, meaning it tends to run in families. Most times patients present to us in the hospital with hypertension. When I find out most of them have a positive family history of hypertension. But we can't exactly say it's hereditary, this is the gene that is associated with hypertension, no. But it tends to run in families.
Yes. So when it runs in families, it's a cause for concern?
Yes.
So, like, sometimes they will say, nowadays, before we used to hear that, oh, hypertension, old man disease, old woman disease. But now you find young ones coming down with that ailment. What could be responsible?
I even have 18-year-olds.
18?
I have patients, 18-year-olds, and they are on antihypertensives. I've seen 40-year-old patients come to me, I'm like, I'm only 40 years old, my grandmother is 90, and she's not hypertensive. Yes, the risk factors are there now, ranging from our diet to our lifestyle. For example, we are now more sedentary. If you look at the family in the evening, daddy, mommy, and the children were all glued to our phones or were glued to one screen or the other. But in those days when we were growing up, we'll be running around the compound, running around the area, exercising ourselves in one way or the other. It's not like that anymore. And right now, the kind of things that we eat, that we're exposed to, the kind of food, we're more likely to eat processed food, salty foods, high cholesterol foods. All these are risk factors. Then other risk factors, I don't know, all these energy drinks, alcohol, cigarette smoking, they are seen like normal, it's like a normal thing in this recent generation. So I think some of these things are responsible for. And another thing that we also tend to forget is consumption of herbal medicines that we're not really sure the constituents. Many people are taking medications, we don't know what's inside, what is in the medicine, and they're taking those herbs not prescribed, and they can actually damage the kidney and cause issues. And most patients that have
somebody will tell you that this herbal medicine have been there from time, and they have been using it before orthodox medicine. So why are doctors saying it is not scientific proof, all of that?
Yes, there are two schools of, for example, when my grandmother was there, she would squeeze Saint leaf and stuff like that, squeeze bitter leaf here and there. But there are some herbs that they are taking, you don't know the constituents. They just give you a concoction, and most of them are alcohol based, of which excess alcohol too can also cause one's blood pressure or increase the cardiovascular risk. So you just have people swallowing, drinking different concoctions. You are not sure what's in there. For example, if I prescribe acetaminophen or paracetamol, I can tell you the dose is 1 gram 3 times a day for 3 days. I can tell you the side effects. I can tell you all those things. But for those herbs, most times, you can't really tell.
They tell you, we listen to them on television radio, and then they say, this one, you take it 3 times daily. No. You measure it like this. They give you particular measuring cup.
There's what they call evidence-based medicine. That's what we're practicing.
Okay, let's leave that now. Dr. Akinwumi, how does hypertension relate to cardiac arrest? What is the relationship between hypertension and cardiac arrest? And Dr. Asosa, you mentioned something about stroke, so you also tell us how hypertension relates to stroke. At what point does it lead to stroke? So Dr. Akinwumi, yours first.
All right, thank you very much. So when we talk about cardiac arrest, we say sudden cessation in cardiac function. Now, before hypertension will lead to cardiac arrest, there will be a pathway. It's not just a straightforward something.
Okay.
Somebody must have been hypertensive for a long time, develop complications of this hypertension, possibly heart failure, or possibly what we call heart attack commonly, which is ischemic heart disease. That is the vessels that supplies the heart are blocked as a result of uncontrolled hypertension. So that is the pathway through which hypertension can cause cardiac arrest. It's not a straightforward. So it has to cause a complication first. It's those complications that can now, which is not well managed, that can now cause cardiac arrest. So that's the pathway.
Okay, Dr. Asosa, before you answer, we'll take a very short break. Very short break. When we come back, you give us your answer and we'll continue.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for joining us again on the program Healthy Living on Independent Television, and I'm still here with Dr. Akinyome and Dr. Isasa. So, Dr. Isasa, answer the question I asked before the break.
All right, thank you very much. We're talking about the relationship between hypertension and stroke. Hypertension, I can say, is the commonest cause of stroke. All right, is the commonest cause of stroke. And how will you identify stroke in a patient? We say FAST, F-A-S-T. F standing for facial deviation, A standing for arm weakness, either the upper limbs and lower limbs, all right, and then patient may have slurred speech. And when the patient has features, you see these features in a patient, you should not suspect this patient may be having a stroke, and you need to act fast because time is brain. The earlier you act on that patient, the better. And you know, there are two types of stroke. There's a type of stroke where the blood pressure is so high and the patient bleeds into the brain. That's called a hemorrhagic stroke. But there's another type of stroke where it's like there's an occlusion of the blood supply to a particular region or section of the brain. That is called an ischemic stroke. So when that happens and you get to the hospital, they will run brain scans quickly to know which type of stroke the patient is having, and then they know what to do. So that stroke is one of the most dreaded complications of hypertension, because you can imagine a patient who has a stroke, who has had weakness of his upper and lower limb, having to use a wheelchair, having to depend on relatives to move around. It's just better to prevent than wait for it to occur before we run helter-skelter. But in the event that such a thing happens, get to the health facility as soon as possible, because time is brain.
Okay, Dr. Isasa, you've just described something that would usually take many people first to their pastors, to the church, instead of running to the hospital for treatment. It is always spiritual attack, they throw and give arm, all of that and all of that. Doctor, please, all of these misconceptions, can you talk to somebody out there on it?
All right, thank you very much. This is very important. The first thing I want to say is that part of what we are discussing this year in World Hypertension Day is that we are looking at how our communities, community leaders, pastors, imam can actually help us in order to control hypertension, because these people are people that are well placed in society, people believe in them, people go to them. So we're also calling upon them to also help us to fight hypertension in terms of giving right information to your people that are under you, either your congregation or your, as the case may be. For example, this case we are talking about, somebody that is stroke, as we have said, it's something that is sudden, and that kind of case, treatment must commence immediately. So the time of going to the pastor, going to the imam, the damage in the brain is already going on. So instead of doing that, it is just to come to the hospital so that doctors can actually start treatment on time. The earlier we start treatment, the better. So any form of heart complication we talked about, or hypertension-related complication we talked about, either is MI, either is heart failure, either is stroke, either is kidney problem, the earlier we start treatment, the better. So the right place to come is the hospital, where prompt treatment can be started. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Akuyome. Dr. Esosam, what is this 1 or 2 or 3 misconceptions you will want to correct today as far as hypertension is concerned?
Okay, well, one of them is that you don't need to wait to have headache or to feel anything before you know whether you have hypertension. Hypertension can actually be asymptomatic. Then another thing, some people will say, oh, yes, they told me him or her that, oh, the blood pressure was high, he has taken his medicines, blood pressure is now normal, so there's no need for him or her to take his medicines anymore. The answer, that is not correct. The blood pressure is controlled because you are on medicines. So when someone who is hypertensive is taking his medicines and suddenly stops taking his medicine, for example, you can have rebound hypertension. All right, so you don't suddenly stop taking your medicines because you don't feel anything. You don't necessarily need to feel anything. So that blood pressure at that time is controlled because you are taking your meds. Hypertension cannot be cured. Hypertension is controlled or managed. All right, so if the person suddenly stops taking his medicines and he knows it's hypertensive, the blood pressure can suddenly rise, leading to these complications that are dreaded. So we advise that even if your blood pressure is well controlled, you should continue taking your medicines. However, there are some patients who are taking their antihypertensives and their blood pressure begins to go below what we expect. That is why it's advised that apart from you don't just take your medicines and sit at home, you should go for a routine checkup. If the blood pressure is too high, we add more medicines or increase the dose for better blood pressure control. If we also notice that the blood pressure is below what we want it to be, we can taper off the medicines gradually. So don't just take your medicines and like I'm taking my drugs and you don't know. You must also go for follow-up so that we know when to increase the dose of your medicines, we know when to reduce, and we also know when to maintain. Then another thing, hypertension is not just all about drugs, all right? Hypertension is not all about drugs. There's what we call the DASH diet, dietary approach to stopping hypertension. Some people whose blood pressure are like the new classification of hypertension are beginning to introduce things like pre-hypertension and all that. That is those who are having blood pressure 130/80 to less than 140/90. Their blood pressure is not yet maybe high enough to start antihypertensives. But if we do not catch this group of people early, they will tip into frank hypertension. So what we do for them, we give them advice. We say stop taking, cut down on alcohol, stop cigarette smoking, reduce the salt in your foods, exercise regularly, take a portion of fruits every day, take a portion of vegetables every day, cut down on fatty foods, on high cholesterol foods, exercise regularly. These little things will be able to drop the blood pressure even by as high as 5 millimeters of mercury. Wow. So hypertension is not all about drugs.
Lifestyle is involved in all of this.
We start with lifestyle modification. If lifestyle modification fails, then we begin to introduce our antihypertensives. Then there's another thing. People believe that, oh, I don't want to start these BP drugs. If I start these BP drugs, I will now be addicted to the drugs and I will have to take it for life. I've had patients ask me this question. You're taking the antihypertensive is not the reason why your blood pressure is high. The blood pressure was high and then we had to introduce antihypertensive. So it's not the antihypertensive that is the culprit. Okay. The antihypertensive is there to maintain your blood pressure. And some see it as a death sentence. Oh, I'm going to have to take medicines for life. Yes. You're taking your medicines, you're okay, you're able to go to work, you're able to live your daily life, and you're able to prevent dreaded complications like heart failure, heart attack, chronic kidney disease, stroke. Prevention is better than cure because we know, yes.
Let me come to Dr. Akuyome now. Thank you so much, Dr. Esosam. She mentioned salt. I want to ask you 2 questions in one. At what point does salt destroy somebody's at what point does salt contribute to somebody's ailment when it comes to treating hypertension? That's one. And then number 2, we've also been told that there are some drips people give in the hospital that contain salt, like the saline water and all of that. You don't want somebody to take salt, you are giving somebody salt. So doctor, just walk us through that part in the next 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good questions. So the first thing is about salt. The medically recommended level of salt. Salt contains sodium chloride to be taken per day is actually less than 5 grams. While the sodium to be taken per day should be less than 2.4 grams.
How do we measure all
how do
of
you
that?
measure the test? That's the next question. So what we usually say is that a teaspoon, a level teaspoon content of salt should be what you should take in a day.
Okay.
That means in a day means that your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner should be spread across that level teaspoon. So if you are the one that cook at home, you're able to measure that correctly.
I'm looking at myself in my
but
kitchen
if you are the one that, if you are the one that eat from restaurants, you take a burger, take this one, jollof fries, all. So it will be difficult to be able to achieve that. So generally, that is the level that is expected. And if you are hypertensive, we have to be stricter with this sodium control, because the more the sodium, the more the blood pressure. In fact, one of the things we are trying to introduce now these days, in a bit to combat this, that we are now trying to introduce what we call potassium-rich salt. Instead of sodium, we are putting potassium. Potassium is coming to substitute for sodium. There are some salt in the market that contain that. We have some in our clinics that people used to bring to us. That is better for someone that is hypertensive than taking sodium with salt. So that is that about that. So sodium have to come down, especially if doctors have told you that you're hypertensive. Your sodium consumption must come down. So talking about the drips, for before we can put a drip for a patient, there must be a reason. Maybe somebody is vomiting, somebody is not eating orally, and those kind of things. So we now know that this person would need. I don't put drips for someone that if you are eating, you are taking water. Why must I give you drips? Okay. So for someone that is very sick, you cannot take orally. So we are using the drip to substitute what the person needs as his daily requirement. And some of these, like this normal saline you talked about, the amount of sodium, the amount of chloride in normal saline is the same concentration with the amount of sodium, amount of chloride in the blood.
Okay,
so it is a normal, so there's no cause for alarm. It's not higher. It's not higher than what it's in the blood. So you are just giving it.
In just say 10 seconds, Dr. Esosa, can you round up now?
All right, thank you very much. Wherever you are listening to us, I advise you get to the nearest health facility, get your blood pressure checked, get your parents' blood pressure checked, your brothers, your sisters, your friends, and your colleagues. Encourage them to check their blood pressure and live longer.
Okay, Dr. Akinyome.
Thank you very much. My appeal is that all of us together, whether you're hypertensive, or you have someone that is hypertensive, or you are a church pastor, imam in a mosque, community leaders, all of us, government officials, let's join hands together to control hypertension. Prevention is better than cure.
I have a good heart. That's nice. All right, guys, thank you so much for being part of the show. We'll see you again on Thursday, and that will be on radio at 3:15 p.m. Do well to join us, and you'll be able to ask all the questions you couldn't ask today about hypertension. We'll see you again. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.